So, welcome everybody to the second day of the 4th World Congress of Space Renaissance International. Today we will have some sessions. The first one is the space philosophy session chaired by Dr. Marie-Louise Heuser and moderated by myself or helped by. Sorry, I'm just fighting with Zoom. Let me. I beg your pardon.
You're good. It's fine.
I'm making some confusion, but however, yeah, I think that now we are okay. And so maybe Robert, you would like to introduce Dr. Heuser. Dr. Heuser.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Hi. Hi, Marie-Louise.
Hi, welcome. We are so honored to have Dr. Heuser kicking us off with the. We're so honored and happy to have the amazing Dr. Heuser kicking us off as the chair of this first session this morning.
Hi.
Welcome, everybody.
Lars,
She has been an incredible contributor,
Good.
really
I had a
powerhouse
twist.
as part of SRI and for so long, and also in the creation of this amazing 4th World Congress for SRI. And it's only quite fitting that with her amazing background in philosophy and history and physics, I mean, she's a walking epitome of the collaboration and integration that we want to bring to the world and SRI's mission to be able to unite all of these disciplines together for the benefit of mankind. So I really couldn't be more honored to introduce the chair for the session, Dr. Heuser.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. And I would like to give a presentation, and I hope it functions. Can you see it?
Yes, we see your desktop, I think.
No, that's not right.
You prefer I will share your presentation?
Yes, yes, thank you very much.
Okay, let me find it.
Good morning, Adriano.
Ciao. Ok, la presentazione. Okay, I'm loading the presentation. And we are here, so I think I can share it. I recommend everybody, when you are not talking, please mute your microphone. Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, I can see
looks
it.
great.
Okay.
But I cannot scroll down.
I will do it. Just tell me next slide when you need it.
Okay, thank you. The title of my presentation is The Early History of Rotating Space Habitats, Fantastic Possibility and Futuristic Reality. Next slide, please. I begin with a motto from the philosopher of Romanticism and German idealism, Schelling, that enthusiasm is necessary for great works. And he wrote 1807, art arises only from the lively movement of the innermost mental and spiritual forces, which we call enthusiasm. Everything that has grown from humble or modest beginnings into great power and stature has become great through enthusiasm, whether empires and nations, the arts, or the sciences. But it is not the strength of the individual that brings this about, it is solely the spirit that permeates the whole. Next slide, please. And okay, and and the enthusiasm is also the center of new ethics, which we call trans-utilitarian ethics. Schelling was a great philosopher of productivity in nature and history, creativity in art, innovation in technology, and he was a philosopher of cosmic humanism and had an important influence on the early space movements. Next slide, please. Space enthusiasm in the 1920s. This is my topic today. We had two major space habitat movements in the 1920s with deep philosophical and cultural roots. The first one was in Russia with cosmism, futurism, and suprematism, which flourished alongside space pioneers such as, in particular, Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, and internationally renowned artists such as Kazimir Malevich. And in Germany, there was the famous space fever centered on the Association for Space Travel, also Verein für Raumschifffahrt, which had more than 700 members and included internationally renowned artists such as Fritz Lang and others. And the goal of this space movement in the 1920s was to make space travel a peaceful cultural mission for humanity. Thank you. Next slide, please. I'll give you two examples for this cultural foundation of this space movements. Here the first, Russian futurism and suprematism with Kazimir Malevich's work, Interspherical Suprematistic Satellites. Also Kazimir Malevich is today very well known as the founder of suprematism. And okay, thank you. Next slide, please. And in Germany, we have Fritz Lang with his film Woman in the Moon from 1929, for example. And in this film, the space pioneer Hermann Oberth was a technical advisor for this film. And the collaboration between Hermann Oberth, Rudolf Nebel, and Fritz Lang on the film Woman in the Moon shows how important the connection between cultural imagination and technical progress in the 1920s was, and until today is. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, here you have a list of the pioneers of early rotating space habitats, who, when, which publications, and how. Tsiolkovsky, Oberth, Otto Willi Geil, Hermann Nordung, Werner von Braun, with Willy Lai, and then Stanley Kubrick and Arthur C. Clarke. You can extend this list, but I think these are the most important early ones, early pioneers. And I think that Otto Willi Geil in 1926 in his book The Stone from the Moon, which is a science fiction story, gave the first technical description of a full description of a rotating space habitat. Thank you.
Yes.
Next slide, please. Next, please. Thank you. Okay, I begin with Tsiolkovsky, From Fiction to Reality. Here you have, I think, the very, very nice quotation from Tsiolkovsky. At the beginning, there's inevitably the thought, the imagination, the fairy tale. Behind them comes the scientific calculation, and only at the very end does the execution crown the thought. And what is impossible today will be possible tomorrow. And he asked, are mobile stations in space and living rings around the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun just pipe dreams? Okay, next slide, please. Konstantin Tsiolkovsky wrote also science fiction stories. Here's one, On the Moon, A Fantastic Tale from 1893. And here in this story, you can also find a very nice description of his dream of floating, and he was an admirer of Jules Verne. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay. Tsiolkovsky's ideas for rotating space habitats began in 1833 and then in 1903. But in that time, I think until the 1920s, he was not so convinced that it is important to have artificial gravity. But then I think space medicine made some advances, and in Russia and also in Germany, then the mood turned to artificial gravity. Next slide, please. And Tsiolkovsky made a lot of models, cylindrical space habitats, spherical rotating habitats, and he was someone who searched for the optimal geometry of rotating space habitats. Thank you. He had also models for cosmic greenhouses with solar energy. Thank you. Next slide, please. And here you see Otto Willy Geils, I think very, very important rotating space habitat, Astropol from 1926. Based on Oberth's brief remark and taking into account new research findings in space medicine, Geil describes in detail a rotating space station, and so on. Thank you. Next slide, please. Here you have another very important example of rotating space habitats from Hermann Nordung from 1929. Really, it was published in 1928. Okay, next slide, please. Yes. I come now to a turning point. The history of the early space pioneers, and especially that of Wernher von Braun. I come in the next slide to him, is a good example of how a movement that began as peaceful can be subverted in the context of warlike politics. This is another reason why studying this history is so important, I think. Good intentions can easily be perverted. This makes a peaceful civil society all the more important, and peaceful NGOs all the more vital. Wernher von Braun began as a schoolboy and college student in the Weimar Republic with noble ideals, yet ultimately turned to barbarism. After World War II, efforts were made within the framework of the UN to re-establish peaceful cooperation among nations. And Werner von Braun was did fully agree with this. But just how difficult this is remains evident to this day. Thank you. Next slide. Here you see now the Werner von Braun rotating space habitat from 1956. He was there 1946. He was in the USA, and he wrote, "So we have created a completely artificial environment in the space station where people can live." And he was of the opinion that the United Nations could use this for peaceful purposes. Thank you. Next slide. Here you see the classical space wheel from 1952. Next slide, please. Here the interior. Next slide, please. Here another picture or drawing of the space, the interior of the space habitat, 1952. Thank you. Here from 1955 in the Walt Disney television segment Man in Space. Thank you. Then here also from the Walt Disney television segment Man in Space. Thank you. And here you can see the reception of this Werner von Braun wheel in Kubrick's and Clark's film 2001: A Space Odyssey from 1968. Thank you. Okay, with the goal of a space child. Thank you. Okay, Tsiolkovsky had a lot of ethical principles, but this is one of his ethical principles. For this reason, the true path of perfection is not to take anything from anyone without their consent, not to use force of any kind, not to violate the freedom and desires of those close to us unless they threaten us in the same way. We assure all people, tell them and promise that nothing will be taken away from anyone. There is no need to take anything away when there is an infinite amount of wealth in nature. Then our path to the ideal will be peaceful, happy, and successful. Tsiolkovsky, 1917. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, this is my project. Space Cities was developed at the Technical University in Braunschweig from 2015-2020 within the framework of the Technical University Braunschweig's central project on cities of the future. See also Werner Grandl, Utopia Solis from 2016. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, I show this this presentation in the context of Ghanim's ethos project. I think it was in 2024. Thank you. Next slide, please. Here you can see my webinars on space philosophy at YouTube. Now the early history of rotating space habitats was in 2024. Okay, then the next slide, please. Here you will see some of my publications on space philosophy. Okay, I think the most relevant for this topic here, my presentation, is Russian Cosmism and Extraterrestrial Suprematism from 2009. Thank you. I think this was my presentation. Thank you very much, Adriano, for helping me.
Thank you. Thank you, Marie-Louise, for your beautiful presentation. And okay, I think maybe Robert, we can go ahead. Sorry, I was taking care of technical problems and I was not seeing who's the next. Let me check and I will follow. Okay, so we have Maria Harney. Maria, are you here?
I am here. Good morning, everybody. Hi, Adriano. Hi, Marie-Louise.
Yeah,
Thank you
hi.
for the presentation. Good to see
Hi,
you.
Maria. Thank you.
Okay, so Maria, just a moment, sorry, I'm a little bit confused, but I will follow. Yes. Okay.
Adriano, are you going to be sharing the
No.
slides?
She's a physician, scientist, and biotech CEO working at the intersection of space medicine, neuropsychiatry, synthetic biology, artificial intelligence, and applied ethics. Trained clinically in psychiatry and neurology with over 1 decade of international research experience and executive leadership in biotechnology, she brings rare operational credibility to conversations on human performance, moral responsibility, and governance in extreme and technologically accelerated environments. Okay, she is also an applied philosopher, completing a master's degree in philosophy in 2026 with scholarly interest in bioethics, philosophy of science, technology, ethics, and space philosophy. So, okay, Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Adriano. Are you going to be sharing the slides?
Yes.
Fantastic. So I'm going to be guiding you through slides. It's fantastic to see everybody. Well, indeed, I mean, in simple words, I'm an MD, specialty in psychiatry. I've been having my company, Synthetico, since 2019, and I'm also an analog astronaut, completed over 10 analog missions, been a commander, and also part of remote medical team. I'm specializing in a human factor and also astropsychiatry and bioethics. I'm currently writing my thesis within my master's program in philosophy. So whenever we're ready with the slides, just give me a sign, Adriano.
You want me to show your slides, or you showing directly?
Whichever you prefer. I do not see
better if you do it directly. But
okay, all right. Let's try. I'm not sure I know how to. Do you see the full screen of the slides?
Not full screen, but we see your presentation.
Does anyone know how to make it full screen?
To make it full screen, what are you using, a Microsoft machine?
Yeah, this one is PC.
On the bottom of your screen, you should have on the right an icon with which represent a screen. Click on that, and you will go full screen. Sorry, is that a PowerPoint file or yes?
This one is PDF.
It's
PDF.
Oh, okay. Then you should have a view. Okay, let me see if I can find your. I can find your PDF presentation. Yes.
Would you prefer me to stop sharing and you will share it?
Yes, please. I will share it for you.
Fantastic.
I hope I can do it because.
I have a couple of people I know here, my dear colleagues, Dr. Jewel, and of course, the Space Philosophy Committee. So, hi, everybody. I hope everybody's doing good. I am in Los Angeles right now, so it's 6 a.m. But good morning, good afternoon to everybody,
Can
wherever
you,
you are.
can you see the
Perfect.
presentation?
Yes, Adriano, I do.
Okay. Schermo intero. Okay. Ready.
Fantastic. Well, as you see from the slide and from the Adriano's presentation, it's evident that I would love to discuss today in a big strokes about the ethical governance of AI and space. And I want to merge the classical wisdom with the space ethics and also exponential technologies. So we will talk about our values and we will talk about what classics thought about human being. We're gonna think about the AI and space. Because in the end of the day, we're gonna certainly need a spacecraft. We're gonna bring our medicine. We're gonna bring AI with us. But the biggest thing that we're gonna bring is our values and also our assumptions, our moral blind spots. So the central question for today will be, how do we treat ourselves and a human being, and how do we understand what human being is and human agency is? And depending on that, what will influence how we what we're gonna take to space, but also who we're gonna evolve to be on Earth. So to understand that, I wanted to offer you a certain framework where we talk briefly about the cognition, perception, identity, culture, and history. And identity will be a central term for us because we, in the end of the day, perceive the world. We are using the self-perception to discern certain things, and then we think about it, our cognition, and then we form certain opinions, we form values, and from that stems the culture, and of course the chain of events, the history, and for that matter, we can also add the civilizational aspect to it. Next slide, please. So for us to meaningfully talk about science, we just need to say a few words about how we understood science in older times versus how we understand science today. So it seems to me that in older times, many disciplines were working together, like philosophy, theology, science were working together, and thinkers like Aristotle were seeking to understand not only the facts, but also why the fact is so. So the classical thinkers were geared towards understanding the causes. And it seems to me that the modern frameworks is often reductionist, what we call scientism. So what I mean by that is a simple example. Well, simple example would be the question, well, where is the cognition is coming from? And even further, where's the consciousness is coming from? Consciousness that's being self-awareness, and cognition is a thought. So some models will say, well, it's all coming from brain. I would probably disagree with that, to say that those functions might be very much distributed in nature. Next slide, please. So as we now understand, the science term evolves, but so is technology. The question here arises, do humans evolve morally at the same speed with the technology? Some think yes, some think no. I would probably be in the category that thinks that technology accelerates faster than the ethical frameworks. So the danger is this moral lag that happens between accelerated technology and the moral frameworks. The nuclear ethics came after Hiroshima, bioethics came after medical abuse cases, and AI ethics often comes after harm has already happened. So in space, that might be very, very dangerous, and we cannot be purely reactive. We need to develop the ethical guidelines that should precede potential fatal consequences that can happen in austere, isolated environments such as space. So next slide, please. So that's why I think that analog missions are extremely important. And here you see some images from the Mars missions that have been deployed to various locations, low high fidelity missions. where teams simulate aspects of Moon and Mars conditions. We can see that the space medicine is not only technical, it is relational, it is psychological, ethical, cultural, and in general, the missions show us that and extreme environments in general reveal something very quickly, that humans are not just abstract individuals. We are embodied, we are emotional, we're social, we are vulnerable. And of course, the physical and physiological factors are at play here. Radiation, isolation, pressure, all influencing our body, our mind. So those environments going to be testing not only our body, but the way we think about our reality, and they will influence our judgment and our decision making. So it seems to me that when AI enters into this equation, it does not remain neutral. It begins to shape what people see, trust, or decide. And we implement a lot of those technologies already in the mission, where we rely on AI for some decision making, of course, maintaining a human control. But that's the question that we have. At which point we're going to say, well, bringing this technology is actually violating the human autonomy, violating human dignity, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Certainly, we can see in space clinics new technologies like synthetic biology, 3D printing, VR, AR, you just saw it on the previous slide. But those tools are very powerful, undoubtedly so. They can allow us to survive. They can help us, but every tool brings a question. If AI recommends treatment, can it really recommend other things like sacrifice, for example? If AI can optimize survival, can it also understand dignity? This is where philosophy becomes really, really practical, and we need to be focusing on developing those ethical frameworks. So for us to understand it better, we need to touch base on the subject of cognition. And I think that the brain, heart, and gut are very much connected. For me, the human person is not simply a programmable brain, and neuroplasticity shows that the brain changes through our experience. So we see something, we perceive something, we think, brain changes. Hylomorphism from Aristotle reminds us that the human being is a living unity and not a machine made of replaceable parts. So in space, the question is not only, well, can we enhance cognition? I think the answer is yes, we can. But the question is, what kind of person is being shaped by those enhancements? If AI, neurotechnology, or closed environments alter our decision-making, memory, emotion, and perception, then they also affect the responsibility. Next slide, please. So if we add AI and synthetic biology and neuroethics in all one big mix, we can look at the brain intervention, cognitive enhancement, pharma tools, neuromonitoring, and we can say that they become almost normal in the long duration missions, and all of them are pretty much needed. We need some assistance, I think, but we need to find balance. They might improve the performance and protect life, but they also raise some serious concerns about the subjects we discuss, such as autonomy, consent, privacy, identity. Imagine a crew member under pressure who has to accept the enhancement because the mission depends on it. Is that a true consent, or the survival in this particular case can become coercive? So those are all questions that we need to ask right now, because the clarity of moral framework is crucial for our survival in space. Next slide, please. So that lead me to a much deeper questions. Why humans are not machines? And I think this question is discussed and debated. We are not at the AGI era just yet. It might or might not be coming. But thinkers of the past thought of it in a different ways, and answering the question, why humans are not machines? I mean, they did not really directly answer that question, but with their frameworks. So, for example, Aristotle gives us the language of act and potency, where humans are not some static mechanisms or machines. We're beings who grow, who develop virtues, who become responsible through our actions. Sure thing, machine can process data. It may simulate reasoning. It may simulate the cognition. It may generate language, but simulation is not the same as the moral self-presence. And understanding of human being as the unity of its parts, whether you want to call it a body or a soul or a spirit or consciousness or something else, the unity of a human being is something that makes us human, and we bring something beyond the algorithmic thinking. We bring love and we bring compassion and many things along the way with it. So next slide, please. So I wanted to shift right now from the technology to a human factor to say a few words. To reiterate, why is it so important? Well, we know from our history here on Earth that disagreements about things led sometimes to horrible political conflicts. So we need to understand how to better coexist. And for us to do that, we need to communicate better. We need to understand each other better. And most importantly, we need to understand who we are as a human beings, because from our identity stems the values, stems the culture, stems what we develop here on Earth and in space. Next slide, please. This is where I usually like to discuss different perspectives on morality, but that's perhaps a longer conversation. What is universal morality? What is cultural? What are the benefits? Could those things coexist? Because in some cultures, some aspects of a particular cultural place might not be accepted in some other places, right? Universal morality is something that we all accept, but can it be such a thing? Can they coexist? For this particular lecture and discussion, I would love to leave this open because I think it deserves more space and more discussion time. So I would like to continue to the next slide. I think that we need to design the principles and governance that will encompass all our differences for a better coexistence. Doesn't mean that we're gonna agree on everything, but we need the ethical guidelines to ensure our survival. And here I just wanted to show you the work of the Edward Hall. Is just an example of something that I think is very interesting to study. Different cultures, for example, high context culture makes communication indirect. Japanese, Arab cultures, Southern European cultures. From that cultural context comes how we make the decisions. The ethical decisions are often in high context cultures made within the context of maintaining relationship and societal expectations versus the low context where communication is explicit, it's direct, American culture. Ethical decisions are typically based on clear rules, laws, and individual freedoms, and that's in the low context cultures. That being said, take it with a grain of salt. It's interesting to study, but of course, individuals vary in their backgrounds and where they're coming from, and those cultures can also shift with time and emerge one into the other. Next slide. So I think that communication, for that matter, is one of the most underestimated survival tools in space. But again, remember, it's all coming from the perception first. So here you have an example of the optical illusion, my wife and my mother-in-law. And I give you this as a metaphor here, because obviously, I think majority of you are familiar with this optical illusion. Some people see, if you look at this picture, some people see young lady, some people see old lady. But the picture is still one. It's the same picture, but we see different things. So perception may vary. So this illusion is a metaphor of how we can perceive and think about same thing differently. And that's okay. We just need to find a better way to communicate. Next slide. And of course, the perception also shapes our morality, also influencing our cognition and our decision making. So in hypothetical scenario where the spacecraft is crashing, we have a decision, hypothetical decision. Are we going to save our mother-in-law or our wife? Are we going to save our husband or our father or father-in-law? Believe it or not, in different cultures, the answers will vary. And you can answer to yourself, whom would you save? And you know, high and low context cultures are also connected to how people in different cultures would answer this question. And while this question is hypothetical, there are many other moral and ethical questions that we need to ask to develop our ethical frameworks. They're more serious, even more, I mean, this scenario is serious, but also we have other serious scenarios like gene editing, assisted, you know, medical procedures, implementation of AI, bringing weapons in space. All of those are pressing questions that we need to answer. And it obviously stems from our thinking, from our decision making, and us as a human being. Next slide. So ethics can become policy and law. Ethics and morality is something we employ on day-to-day life, but eventually they're written down, policy and laws. The harder questions still remain. What happens when someone dies in space? Should AI make triage decisions or any other decisions for us? Should we place weapons in the orbit? Should humans settle on Mars if microbial life exists there? And so on and so forth. So from here, I would like us to return to our framework. Next slide, please. Perception, cognition, identity, culture, and history, and eventually civilizational development. And I think we're talking about civilizational perspective here very much so, because we're trying to get to space and build the habitats. We have seen how AI reshapes cognition, how environments reshape perception, how culture shapes our moral judgment, and how law tries to stabilize all of it. So all of it merges on the identity. And identity in space age is enduring unity, the unity of the rational and the moral subject. And in simpler terms, identity is what allows us to say, I'm the one who acted. I am the responsible one. So in my opinion, the survival beyond Earth is not only a technical challenge. We can move to the next slide. It's also very much so a moral enterprise, because in my opinion, the humanity's success beyond Earth will greatly depend on the moral clarity that we have. Because in the end of the day, space exploration is not only about reaching another world. Next slide, please. It is, in my opinion, about deciding what kind of humans we intend to be when we get to space. And that also in turn will influence who we become here on Earth. Next slide, please. This is just the selected references that I used for this presentation. And if we have questions for Q&A, I'm happy to answer. If not, we can wait until the end. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Maria, for your presentation.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's an honor to have you, and a pleasure also. And yeah, I just want to recommend everybody now to stay within the 10 minutes, because we are already horribly late on our roadmap, and we cannot even today to go as long as we went yesterday, because it was too much. So each time slot is 10 minutes. So we have followed a little bit more to the first two. Of course, the first one was Marie-Louise, the main one, and I didn't want
Let's go to the next then. Let's avoid the time between presenters. Yes, let's go. Yes, thanks.
So, okay, the next one is Julio Rezende, is from Brazil, is the founder of Habitat Marte. It's is an institute to make analog astronaut training, and yeah, is a very activist, space activist in Brazil and South America. So Julio.
Okay, nice to see some friends here, some colleagues. Okay, I try to be quick and also try to do my presentation in 10 minutes. It's a great challenge. Yes, we are talking about astrodesertanism, cosmos and deserts, influencing human consciousness, insights from Habitat Marte and desert-based space and log missions. A quick introduction. Since very young, I like native cultures, look the sky, also the local geography in Brazil, called Sertão, and how isolated areas in the world can inspire philosophy and our imagination dialoguing with cosmos since a place with low light pollution. It's a philosophic question. Here, a question, what do you see? And you can see like this is a local photo. It's also showing Earth, space, and human being in this landscape. And in this case, in the astrodesertanism, we are talking the three different dimensions: the Earth dimension, and how remote desert places can be insightful, and also observe the human aspects, and also space, and how can cosmos inspire new mindset, and how technology, space technologies, can be applied on our daily life. And also, the Sertão is here in Brazil, is our spot to watch this cosmos. And the Sertão means is a big, like a big desert. Since Portuguese visited the north of Africa, and they did a contraction from desertão or big desert to sertão. And this is like this place presents like a association with deserts, prairies, backlands, and outbacks. And this is we are observing landscape and culture, and how this place can be insightful in terms of philosophy question. And in this landscape, we are building a space complex. In this case, we have four different analogs. Like also this photo is showing like the different location of them, and also with the only analog station in South Hemisphere. Also about our location corner of South America, and we are in the countryside. It's a place with a lot of cactus in the landscape, and how happens these extravehicular activities in this location. Also showing like Habitat Marte, the biohabitat is our greenhouse, and the lava cave is under a rock formation, and the lunar habitat. In the cosmic habitat is upper in a rock formation. It's very nice place to watch the sky. Some numbers of our missions and participants. And one question is how remote desert places can be insightful, and we can see like our locations is insightful for astronauts and algae astronauts. Also, how we can identify possible spin-offs to communities on Earth dealing with this desertification, water scarcity, and climate stress. And related to this, we are looking at technologies related to smart sanitation, controlled food production, solar energy, health technologies, and communication and monitoring technologies. Also, we can see like desert places challenge us to think about our life. This is deeply connected with sustainability and resilience, connected to closed food systems, renewable energy. Yes. And also locally, we can see like we can observe our culture, local culture. It's very connected to Brazilian cowboy, We received this heritage from the cowboys from Portugal, because they cultivated, they created the cows, the livestock happens in great prairies in Portugal. They brought this culture to Brazil, and observing this vaqueiro, how we can identify learnings to apply to our life, and also to think about the future of space sustainability. Also, like we can see, like different places on Earth, like US, Old West, Canada, Gobi Deserts, and how we can think about a philosophy of adaptation around the world. Also, it's very important we observe the culture, like the Brazilian music, and here I'm emphasizing like the music of a Brazilian musician called Elomar. Also, there is a QR code to later you access this wonderful music. And also, these are some part of our code. This is some arts that I'm doing based in the inspiration of you observe the cosmos. And in this case, I'm talking like the first dimension, like how Earth or how this place can inspire our imagination, can bring questions about philosophy. In the second dimensions is related to observe the human behavior, and there's a lot of things to be observed related to human, to personal experience during a space analog mission. And like also, yes, and something interesting that we are doing during the analog missions is like bring the ideas of Joseph Campbell, because he thought about the hero's journey. And we can see, like, since the participants in the analog missions, they are coming from a no perspective, like start to talk with me about more information about to come to Brazil, to Brazilian wideness, and evaluate the decision to come to Brazil, decision about to participate in an analog mission. And since happens the mission, and also we evaluating the results from the missions, and also conclude the mission, and then in the last moment the participant returned to her home or his home. Yes, and this is very interesting, like from the unknown moment, and decide to participate in a space analog mission. It's a great adventure. It's a great process when we receive international participants in Brazil, and like now more than 20 countries participating in in-person missions in Brazil. Yes, yes, the certain vacuum is the opportunity to look inside. What we are doing is very connected also with the Frank White overview effect theory. We are developing some protocols related to meditation, sunset observation, astronomy observation, astronomical storytelling. Also, it's very important. We are doing activities in the water. We are the only analog station doing activities in underwater activities. Yes, and almost concluding my presentation. And also we are training astronauts to be philosophers, think about our existence. It's not only a proposal to be a technical training, but also how our mission can be philosophic, bringing insights for participants to think the personal life. Okay. Concluding, the Astrodesertanism is a laboratory developing sustainable practice, and also cultivating this connection with cosmos, inspiring the philosophical questions, also bring learners to environmental and social challenges. This is also our green lab for food production. And I'm almost concluding. We are all astronauts. I like to say this, also connected with the ideas of Frank White. This is our Instagram. You can look for Habitat Marte. Also, we are inviting for 2 missions, July missions from 26th to 30th, and also a September mission from 16th to 20th. Okay. Okay, guys, thanks so much. This is my WhatsApp, but we can find me in the LinkedIn too. Thanks so much.
Perfect, Julio. 10 minutes. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good timing and content. Bravo.
Thank you.
Amazing content. Can't wait to go there. All of us should be there.
Yes. Yeah, we,
Congratulations.
You are welcome to this great adventure here in Brazil.
I give a grant to the first that will come to the Marte. I have some students that want to come. So we have a grant program.
Yeah, thank you.
So the next one, I think, is Amalie Sinclair. Is that true?
Hello, Adriano, do you have my slides?
Maybe, yes. Let me check.
It's entitled The Identities of Modern Space Philosophy.
Okay. Identities of a modern space philosophy, correct?
Yeah, it's PowerPoint slides.
I'm opening PowerPoint. Okay, it's here. Sharing. And going full screen.
All right.
Sorry, somebody is talking in the background, and I would again ask everybody to mute their microphone when they are not talking. Thank you very much. Amalie?
Right. So, yes, thank you, Adriano. I'd just like to say a few words about yesterday's, the inaugural program there. How much I appreciated Frank's wonderful paradigm and Alberto's talk on personal identity, which is an important insight within the Buddhist theological concepts of basic goodness. The Dalai Lama have defined the nature of the human mentality as gentleness. Such values are certainly not hypothetical, and they've been understood throughout history. Shakespeare's Shylock said, "If you prick me, do I not bleed?" revealing the universal nature of the human condition. Yesterday, Alistair mentioned that greed for resources drives national objectives and causes war. Yet a fundamental and binding principle of governance is that national leaders must ensure the well-being of their own societies above all else. President Xi quoted what was written more than 2,000 years ago in the Book of Han, food is the first necessity of the people. In reference to Kupos Forum, this being the collective identity for global space governance, my impression is that delegations will have sympathy, but they will represent the national strictures of self-interests. Within these narratives, various strategic philosophical concepts might dull the urge of insularity and competitive struggle. These are connected to mutuality and distributed economic progressions more than the isolating factors of focused acquisition. It seems logical to assume that if a win-win worldview sets in, good for you and good for me and good for everybody else, space development will quickly move into the next phase. So next slide. The slide 2, Adriano. Right, great. Okay, so what is space philosophy? Primarily, it is a historical record, what has been believed, discovered, and understood about outer space, which comprises a foundational pillar of human culture, past, present, and future. Philosophy, in a more general sense, may formally describe universal values and ethics as the litmus test for any serious philosophical inquiry or its validity will be negotiated by logic and proof of argument, mental disciplines which emerge in antiquity and which continue to guide our society.
In our modern times, and partly because global communications have become ubiquitous, it is expected that a significant philosophical trend will orient around the themes of motivated international affairs in space. The task of philosophy is to access underlying and driving principles, and in so doing, act directly for intervention, clarifying human perception towards the most expedient nature, the perception of intrinsic value. The nature of human identity is also a philosophical issue. In a world where society is rapidly reduced to impersonal digital flows, the task of humanization through philosophy is profoundly relevant. Space philosophy leads. Next slide. The space philosophy leads. During the span of a single lifetime, society has entrusted itself to exponential and overriding technology on Earth and in space. Yet it is apparent that the mechanistic worldview is highly deficient. Within the overt contingency of fourth wave industrialization, mass communications, and economic progressions, a struggle for technological ascendancy has become apparent with many associated risks. Even so, it is possible for international orientation to modify and shift moving parameters towards a stable and productive outlook. During this transitional phase, arguments that pertain to humanism and space philosophy in particular may have some considerable influence. The philosophical community worldwide represents a substantive and extensive field. The Academy itself is well constructed, and SRI, the Space Renaissance International, has good entree and expectations for the way forward. All right, next slide. Sorry, just a moment. I lost track. Those that were born before the net encircled the world, the noosphere, and finally learned to use its tools. It's old people like me. The cell phones we carry, the driving maps and the banking apps. While those were born after the net evolved, the younger generations will have already adapted. Although various thinkers, scientists, and philosophers had expected and described the concept of an interconnected world, the speed of this transformation has rapidly increased in recent years, bypassing moderating political and regulatory insights. As a result, the fabric of our civilizational basis has to a certain extent been compromised. National frameworks now rest upon fragile and highly vulnerable space-based informational structures. Any interference or lapse in the functionality of orbital reaches could bring enormous consequences at the level of national emergency. The space above our atmosphere is no longer the empty void of human history. It has been populated by our societies and the mass global populations. Our identities in translations as data flows passing across space, communicating, traveling, and accessing both national and international technological utilities. This is how it functions. All right, next slide, please, Adriano. At the dawn of the 21st century, the technological extension of our planet extends across the millennia ahead. We're obliged to ensure that a stable and durable space usage continuum is suitably obtained for the future generations. We can see where the starting point lies. We might even recollect formative events such as Telstar, Gagarin's flight, and the first lunar landings. We might describe future outlooks such as a lunar village and large orbital space habitats, but putting such structures in place will involve many layers of infrastructural capacity, extending far beyond near-Earth orbit and into the immense reach of cislunar space. It's an intergenerational program. It goes on and on. It's a civilizational program. This could extend for millenniums. To go back to more present condition, the techniques employed will involve many highly advanced and sensitive technologies such as space, solar power, laser usage, and the ability to directly maneuver utilities from negotiating space-situated vehicles. An regional space industrialization process will also directly implicate the criteria which affect all humanity, such as global space security. And the speed of cislunar industrialization is greatly affected by contributing factors, political will, market forces, economic progressions, and public opinion. This is where philosophy can play a role in, creating a mutuality of interests. I really believe it can be done. Next slide, please. To add to the complexity of a civilizational progression, the phases of space development, terrestrial climate change, and escalating communications and computational ability will run together in parallel. The basis of a responsible international formulation for the way ahead rests with the UN forums in the form of the Outer Space Treaty. Leadership at this level, and in particular philosophical leadership, will uphold the potential for a global space economy through a peaceful methodology of means. Science in the service of humanity remains a profound ethical standard and a guiding principle of space philosophy, legal, everything really. It is what we have, science in the service of humanity. Right, next slide. The identities of space are defined in several ways. For an individual as a usable societal platform. For a nation as a governance and development role, and for the international community as profound policy-making and orientation. The principles which underlie policy are not only those of national self-interest, they also represent sincere ethical scopes and the extensive values of expediency. The short path is very feasible as the negative effects of devolution into excessive national space militarization are outweighed by the far more positive contingency of transpolitical interchange, in particular within the negotiated and interrelated global cyberspace arena. It is far easier to exchange data than missiles, far easier to inform than exclude, and easier by far to envision productivity, not as the result of dominance, but as the result of collaboration.
1 minute, please.
Next slide, last one.
Okay.
The fields that can be covered by a holistic space philosophy include the cultures of inquiry within prehistory and a pervasive value within antiquity, moving through to the modern sciences of astronomy, the European Renaissance, and beyond. The structures of insight that provide deep and effective roots in indigenous cultures demonstrate the skill and insight of our forebears and the spirituality that underlies the emergence of human society into a new era. Space philosophy negotiates and consolidates many themes. In particular, the work of the Space Renaissance International Philosophy Committee will extend into several areas, such as the differentiation between Eastern and Western schools of thought. The formulation of a transpolitical rationale that can carry the cultural burden of global space governance forwards for the terms ahead is not dependent on technological acumen. It relies upon the interpretation of the philosophical and ethical pillars that uphold society. Our growth as a progressive international family will be seen as a natural evolution, evaluating and objectifying the powerful tools of science for the betterment of humanity. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Amalie. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. So let me check who is our next. Our next is Natale Viscomi from Italy. He is the president of the Space Renaissance Italia chapter, and he will not give his presentation today because he only speaks Italian, but the presentation will be given by a colleague. So Valentina,
yeah.
if you want to.
Yes, yeah, indeed. So good afternoon, good morning, everyone. So indeed, the presentation is given on behalf of Natale Viscomi, which, as anticipated, is the president of Space Renaissance Italy. But before starting, Natale would like to thank Adriano and all those concerned for the uplifting and inspiring presentations delivered so far. So this presentation will focus on the spirit as an invisible body. And so the invisible spirit is a scientific construct of reason and applied intelligence that serves as an explorer of space and the cosmic consciousness of the universe, and of the spirit of consciousness, a full and clear awareness of delving deep into our soul. Reason, the driving force behind all human development, is the creativity of knowledge, of beauty, and of the emotional essence of consciousness. Beauty and reason are the two cosmological aspects of the life of every existence, visible to every inner life. Thought is the command over the realm of matter and creation, which develops the vibrant breath of every pulse of cosmic and spiritual energy. Magnetic waves are the force and life of thought. They open up to the light and the thought of a kinetic electricities of the cosmos and the physical mind of reason. Three aspects of perfection in the construction of the spirit: consciousness, soul, and intelligence and spiritual energy development. The scientific construction of the spirit is sustained by the soul and consciousness, which are derived from cosmic matter in the form of the magnetic wave, the cosmos of our thinking activity. Fate is the light dictated by the soul. Feeling and action are the electrodes of fate, transmitted by the very fate of the consciousness of the mystical body of reason, the source of all created things. Faith is a thought formed by the consciousness within the soul of reason, an inner movement of every planet transmitted by the reason of the inner being to the source of our existence, the cosmic consciousness, the shoots of life in the vineyard of our knowledge, clusters of thoughts to be discerned through the life of the heart. In short, faith is the light of inner movements, the lantern of the soul, and the candle of every consciousness kindled by truth. It is the spirit of light, the mystical body of truth, the source of all wisdom and the force of all change, the miracle of every visual suggestion and the benevolent interpretation of every experience. The soul is the possessor of the body and the spirit. It is the intelligence that kindles lives. It is the barometer of our spirituality. Faith and soul are the spirit that houses our reason within the creative, evolutionary, and destructive intelligence of all cosmic wisdom energy. Faith is the transmission of life in the awareness of every doubt that be upheld alongside every hope of relief and every utopia. Faith is the flow of emotions between the consciousness of reason and life. It is a spiritual power, the energy of awareness of things. Faith is growth in love, is the thrill of climbing the steps of science, the obligation of faith in reason. Today, even evil, which is the antithesis of God, distracts us from the ability to love faith as a science of reason and spiritual life. Exploring the realm of the spirit leads to an awareness of faith, to peace, to love, and to the intelligence of the heart. To build the scientific spirit of faith, one must enter the silence of space. And where lights and sounds lend color to a panoramic vision, to explore silence, one must dwell in the mystery of beauty within intelligence and light, so as no longer to be visionaries of our own shadows, but rather like planets aligned, heralding interplanetary spectacle. Faith is a journey in which the soul steps forth to confront the experiences of the spirit. The separation of body and soul is the root of doubts in our quest to attain the certainty that our very essence is defined by the spirit underpinning every motion and every thought of our true life, right up to our rebirth. The spirit is the perceptible emotion of the infinite, which sets in motion the second phase on a moving time. Man possesses many resources to advance the knowledge of truth and to make the existence more human. Among these, philosophy stands out as contributing directly to the construction of the meaning of life, one of humanity's noble tasks. Indeed, philosophy was born the moment men began to question the why of things and their purpose. Indeed, every people possesses its own wisdom, the true wealth of philosophical culture. Let us not forget that reason, too, must be upheld in the quest for one's life choice. So what we may encounter, the truth is the sustainability of faith and historical rationalism, and thereby finds ourselves. We must ensure that we possess the capacity and discernment to grasp the authentic message of spirit and reason, bringing together science and faith in a landscape where pitfalls abound. To love what we do know and to speak of what we have seen, the cosmos and the life of faith move in the same direction. The cosmos possesses the energy of the spirit. Faith is the significance of inner movements that flow from the heart to the mind. The spirit is the essence of the material and spiritual life of the cosmos of universal creation. To understand the spirit is to understand the cosmos. The three magnetic waves represent evolutionary life of the very essence of material and spiritual life. The spirit possesses reason, which is in this case is wisdom. The spirit's pride lies in the wisdom of the cosmos and its perfect laws, which can be further perfected when the planets are not aligned. Soul, light, and truth of living the cosmos. Planet Earth within this cosmos. We are truth, just as the cosmos that hosts us. The cosmos, home of the spirit. Matter is the cosmos created by the spirit. Magnetic waves, the kinetic energy of the creator for those who have faith in the reason of the spirit and in the culture of wisdom. Wisdom is acquired through the spirit. Conscious reason evolves through culture. Life is always life within wisdom and culture when one lives the truth. Living and dying, the link that unites the truth. So Natale's experience is similar to what of Srinivasa Ramanujan, the great Indian mathematician. While he could hear mathematical solution, I saw magnetic waves. So many thanks for your time and your attention, and Natale is happy to answer your questions. You might have one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina
Thank you.
and Natale,
Wonderful.
for your letter. Okay, so I believe this was the last of this session. So we can maybe allow a few minutes for a final discussion, what we could say about our philosophical work that was only partially represented in this session, but we are really doing a lot of philosophical work. And the more we do, the more we understand that there is that we know nothing and there is more to be studied and deepened and so on. So, for instance, writing a couple of papers. Yeah, I think the first one was the thesis one that Bert and myself have worked very much on that. And the second one was the my paper on the dark forest hypothesis of the science fiction writer Cixin Liu, the scientist, where we understood that we have to undertake a big work, taking literature as a track to develop the study of the space space philosophy and space thought, let me say, and space literature from the ancient time to today to nowadays. And this is something that we have committed to develop. It will be a big work, and so it will not be ready in a few weeks or months. But this is something that we want to do. And of course, all of us, our whole space philosophy committee is invited to participate and to bring concepts and to try to reconstruct the idea of the future, the idea of the space future in the history and in the present and in the future. So yeah, sorry for making this small consideration, but I think the correct session was this one to say it, and yeah, we understood that there is another thing that we understood is the hole in our history of space philosophy, and it is the period between the Renaissance, the 15th century Renaissance, and nowadays, or the early years of the past century. So the centuries that saw the scientific revolution, the industrial revolution, and the development of two big currents that are the Enlightenment and the Romanticism. And so we understood that we have to study very much more on this historical periods, because understanding our past is necessary to design the future. And this is what we will be committed to do, and under the direction of our head of the Space Philosophy Committee, Dr. Marie-Louise Heuser. So yeah, I had a span. Under her direction and guide, and we will try to work on these big topics, and yeah, okay. So.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adriano, for your statement. And I think one big question is how imagination comes to praxis. And I think we have in a lot of science fiction stories since the 17th century, but this were science fiction narratives without the intention to really transform it into praxis. And I think this needs a specific form of philosophy. And I think I cannot give a presentation now on this question, but I think this is one of the main questions we have to work on. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Alberto, you are here?
Yes.
Alberto, maybe you would like to say something too on this argument that took us very busy in the last, let me say, 3 months, and we have made a lot of discussion and studies and research and so on. And we understood that the big work is still in front of us and not in the past.
No, but essentially, no, there are so many topics. I think it would need a complete presentation. I have prepared nothing for now, so it's better that we go on because we are already late.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. So I think maybe Marie-Louise, you would like to say some conclusive words for this session, so we can go ahead to the next one.
Yes, a short statement. I thank you all for your presentations. I think this gave us a lot of perspectives on space philosophy. I think we have a historical perspective, and we had also systematic questions. And I think the historical and the systematic questions have to join each other. And I'm happy to work on this project also in Space Renaissance International. And yes, I hope that we have a good future. Ad Astra.
Ad Astra.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
So,
Wonderful. And I'm pleased to welcome everybody to our next session, Space Policy. We are excited and honored to have back with us from yesterday's keynote, an amazing, incredible moderator, and appropriate for this session is essentially the grandfather of Astropolitcs. You've probably seen his recent work, Saber Rattling in Space. Quite a visionary in terms of building system frameworks and space as critical infrastructure, and using these for obviously the benefit of Earth, such as climate resiliency and resource allocation. So this is a great topic. This is a great person to lead this. Everybody, please join me in welcoming the chair of the next session on space policy, Dr. Eli Sadeh.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. Appreciate always the wonderful introductions you provide. Yeah, looking forward here to the next session. We have several speakers that are joining us. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of emphasize the importance, clearly, of policy in the entire process here. You know, we clearly policy, guides our activities and behaviors in many ways. I've tried to play a role in terms of thinking about space policy in the context of astropolitics. And I think it's fairly broad, it really encompasses, all the space sectors from civil, commercial, and military, to the range of issues that are out there that are affected by policy, whether they're, the policy statements that we see coming from governments and agencies and organizations involved in space activities, to the economics, the business aspects, the ethical, cultural, social, it's really across the board. Policy really touches on all these aspects. I just wanted to mention opportunities for folks. There are two well-regarded journals in this area with a space policy focus. One journal that I have shepherded over the past 20 years called Astropolitcs. I'm the editor of that journal. And then there's another good journal as well called Space Policy. So, I just invite folks who are interested in doing research and publishing on issues related to astropolitics and space policy to consider these journals as great vehicles for publishing their work. Okay, well, let's get going with today's session. First speaker for today is Dennis O'Brien. Dennis O'Brien is going to be looking at the legal aspects of outer space settlement, dealing with a number of different issues, dealing with law, human rights, governance, autonomy, and independence. Dennis is, he kind of described himself as a child of Sputnik. I think many of us were inspired by the rise of the space age. I'm kind of a child of Apollo myself, so he's a lifelong space enthusiast. He's been involved with work in NASA and a law research project. Number of papers he has published. He was involved in something called the Space Treaty Project. It's a scientific and educational nonprofit based in Northern California. He's produced many articles focused in the areas of space law and policy. He currently chairs the Space Policy Committee of the Space Renaissance group here. And we'll look forward. Dennis, did you still want me to play that link, or did you want to speak?
No, if you have the video lined up, go ahead and play it. Much more efficient that way. If not,
So, my name is Dennis O'Brien. I chair the policy.
Can you share that on the screen?
Yeah, let me. I do have that up there. Let me do a share here. Um,
I can try it on my end. I've never done it before.
okay, I'm not seeing a chair permission here. Under share. Adriano, do I have share permissions here?
I have the presentation. You have a video to share? Okay, I see it.
Hello.
Yeah, there it is.
My
No, we
name's
see it now.
Dennis O'Brien.
Does this
I
work?
chair the policy committee
Yeah.
at Space Renaissance International.
Okay, let's just do
Co-voice
this.
and observer. Today, I'm going to talk about the legal aspects of outer space settlers and settlements. We consider both terms in their broadest meaning. A settler is anyone who spends any time in orbital space or beyond. A settlement is any location where one or more persons is living. With these definitions, we have found that there are 4 general areas of study. 1, the current framework of national and international law. 2, human rights and the right to development. 3, self-governance and autonomy. 4, independence. The Outer Space Treaty of 1967 is the foundation of space law. There are several articles that affect settlers and settlements, including Article 1, which guarantees free access, Article 2, which prohibits appropriation, Article 4, which prohibits military bases and installations, Article 6, which requires authorization and supervision of all national activities, Articles 8 and 12, which extend a country's jurisdiction and control, and Article 9, which protects against harmful interference. Article 6 establishes the interactive framework of national and international law. Every member state or intergovernmental organization like the ESA must authorize and supervise the outer space activities of its nationals, including all non-governmental entities. Thus, any early settlers and settlements will be operating under the laws of the country or organization that authorizes and supervises their activities. If more than one country or organization is involved, there will need to be an operating agreement between them, as with the International Space Station. Because Article 2's ban on appropriation, neither countries nor their nationals can claim outright ownership of any location in outer space, though their jurisdiction and control will extend over objects, stations, and facilities under Articles 8 and 12. In addition, Article 9 prohibits harmful interference, so there will be a de facto right of non-interference for any occupied location. COPOIS is currently considering the adoption of a principle that removing a resource from in place is not inherently appropriation, even if it is regolith that is removed from the surface to build a lunar shelter or facility. Thus, buildings will be owned and marketable, even if the location is not, and will be protected from interference. In addition to the Outer Space Treaty, there are 2 international declarations that are relevant to outer space settlers and settlements. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948 and the Declaration of the Right to Development of 1986. The UDHR has 2 provisions of interest. Article 14 states that everyone has the right to seek and to enjoy in other countries asylum from persecution. Article 17 states that everyone has the right to own property alone as well as in association with others. It is important to acknowledge the right of asylum, as OST Article 8 states that a state party shall retain jurisdiction and control over any of their personnel. Most spacefaring countries have already signed the Refugee Convention of 1951 or the Protocols of 1967, with India and many Middle East countries notable exceptions. Although the ban on appropriation in OST Article 2 does not explicitly mention private entities, Article 6 requires countries to assure that activities of their nationals conform with the treaty. But we should nevertheless acknowledge that individual settlers will have the same property rights that are available to any country. For example, ownership of resources removed from in place and ownership of the right of non-interference, which will protect locations in use. Outright ownership of land will probably need to wait until a settlement becomes independent at which time it must be made available to individuals. In the Declaration of the Right to Development, Article 1 states that the right to development as an inalienable human right. Every human person and all peoples are entitled to participate in, contribute to, and enjoy economic, social, cultural, and political development in which all human rights and fundamental freedoms can be fully realized. It also implies the full realization of the right of peoples to self-determination, which includes the exercise of their inalienable right to full sovereignty over their natural wealth and resources. Although these declarations are not binding, they have established principles that have guided both national and international law for decades. We must take them with us as we leave the home planet. Some in the private sector are already planning the details of settlement self-governance. The efforts of SpaceX are perhaps the most ambitious. Its Starlink Terms and Services Agreement states that the parties recognize Mars as a free planet and that no Earth-based government has authority or sovereignty over Martian activities. However, this clause directly contradicts OST Article 6 and would not be enforceable. A clearer path to autonomy is the development of self-governance as the need and opportunities arise. Although almost every minute of activity on the ISS is controlled by Earth-based authorities, a time will come when settlers want to decide their own schedules and how they will work and live with each other. Such devolution of governance is common on Earth. Many countries have federal systems with political subdivisions such as states and territories who are responsible for most functions other than foreign policy and defense. Until a settlement is ready to become independent, seeking autonomy within the legal framework of the authorizing and supervising country or organization is the only legal path available for the development of self-governance. Those who support self-governing settlements should promote national laws that facilitate such growth. So what will it take to become independent? A settlement will at least need to meet the 4 standards established by the Montevideo Convention, which has been widely accepted as customary international law. 1, a permanent population. 2, a defined territory. 3, a government. And 4, the capacity to enter into relations with other states. Although Article 3 of the Convention states that the political existence of the state is independent of recognition by other states, such recognition is important as a practical matter. Any new sovereign state will not be bound by the Outer Space Treaty and will be able to claim territory. It could then offer to adopt the OST and be subject to customary international law in return for other countries recognizing its claims. Note that the prohibition against appropriation in OST Article 2 actually favors independent settlements. It keeps the current world powers from claiming land while preserving it for future settlements. On behalf of future settlers, we hereby declare their intention to seek independence and call upon the state members of COPUOS to do nothing at this time, politically, economically, or environmentally, that would interfere with their future interests. It is not too early to consider the legal aspects of outer space settlers and settlements. This paper is just the beginning. Space Renaissance International speaks for the settlers. We must start now to protect their rights and to chart a path to self-rule and independence. They are counting on us. In many ways, we are the settlers. Let us find a way to move forward without compromising their future interests. For more information, please visit our website, spacerenaissance.space. Please also visit SRI's side event on our proposed 18th Sustainable Development Goal, Civilian Development of Space. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
All right, that was the video of the presentation that SRI made at the recent COPUOS Legal Subcommittee in April. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is excellent presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis. Yeah, no, I think it's a good reminder as well. I think sometimes we undervalue the robustness of the international legal construct that's emerged, out of the World War II context in particular. And I think if we look at international space law, many have termed, the Outer Space Treaty as a Magna Carta in many ways. And I think there's more robustness and more in there that can guide us, for future space activities. And I think that was a good reminder in your talk there. Clearly you're very forward-looking, right, in terms of thinking about future space settlements and self-autonomy and governance. Reminds me of a group I was involved with for a while. You probably knew him, Declan O'Donnell, the United Societies in Space. You might want to look him up. He passed away, but they did some really interesting work on space settlements. They came up with a meta-nation concept, Lunar Economic Development Authority idea. I think there's an interesting public-private dynamic to a lot of what you're talking about as well, that you may want to explore further. But thank you. No, it was a great forward-looking discussion, and we're maybe at the very beginnings, right, of government-driven space bases and lunar bases and future lunar settlements, maybe by the end of the century. Great. Let's go on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is, hopefully I pronounced the name correctly, Veronica Chiaravalli.
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 Hello, do you hear me well?
Yeah. Well, let me introduce you, before you start.
Okay,
she has an interesting paper presentation dealing with designing socio-technical and economic protocols.
okay,
It's a good
just a
follow-on
second.
to Dennis's O'Brien talks, focusing on off-world settlement. Veronica's a pioneering space entrepreneur, and she's the founder, CEO, and Chief Robotics Officer of Emerging Technologies Sweden.
That's correct.
Her approach is rooted in advancing social entrepreneurship practice, developing through the Copenhagen Business School specialization. She's worked in a lot of different interesting areas, like virtual analog astronaut areas. She was involved in 2 pioneering mission concepts, a Mars base pandemic response and a novel lunar operational design. She said these experiences framed the necessity of a civilizational shift towards hybrid human robotic societies. She's vice president of the Moon Society, and now she's focusing on realizing some of her current work in capital capacity exchange in a socio-technical protocol designed to bridge the structural gap between frontier capacity and capital to co-create sustainable societies on the Moon and Mars, and even elsewhere. She mentions here Titan. Maybe we could add Europa to the list. Who knows? There's some habitable moons out there potentially. Well, go ahead, Veronica. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so my presentation is called Designing the Socio-Technical and Economic Protocols for Inclusive Off-World Settlement. And it's commercial training operational frameworks for the human-robot civilizational shift. Because I believe that we will need more than policies. We will need something that can move faster, protocols that can give us a possibility of do the operations, start moving with the projects, discussions with different areas. So let's see, the core socio-technical risk. First of all, it's very important that we pay attention to the human factor. I think that today we put too much focus on technology, but the human factor is super important. So the unaddressed risk of autonomous preformation. So the stated vision, deploying fleets of humanoid robots to autonomously prepare planetary surfaces for human arrival. I think it was Elon Musk that mentioned something about sending hundreds of humanoid robots to Mars. Now he shifted the order, now it's the moon. But I think it's very important that when we do send robots there, that we design the interaction between humans and robots at the same time in the environment where they will be working and living together. And so I think it's a bad idea to design this off-world with just robots in the beginning. We also have to prepare the humans to feel comfortable working with the robots, not only humanoid robots, but robot dogs. And then we need to see what kind of challenges they encounter. What are the things that we have to, redesign, improve, etc. The core danger, preforming infrastructure and autonomous environments without embedded human values or inclusive co-design. The imperative, as the moon becomes our primary proving ground, we must build a new socio-technical stack to ensure hybrid societies are built by a broad humanity, not just automation. Let's see. The fallacy of autonomous preformation, designing together, deploying together. So the industry consensus vs the reality. The old plan, sending hundreds of autonomous robots ahead to colonize the moon or Mars in isolation. The structural risk, preforming environments through closed automation entirely detached from human operational realities. The strategic shift, human-robot interaction, must be co-designed with humans on site at the exact locations where they will live and work together. So, re-architecting human-robot interaction, education, and workforce. I studied human-robot interaction via EDX, and it was a course organized by a university. And an author that wrote a book about this. And he, for example, had a social robot beside him, and he gave the course, right, explaining the interaction, everything that you need to know. And he had this conversation with the social robot that was sitting on his table. And it was so interesting. And the other thing that I found very interesting is that this was meant for everyone. It was not just for MBA students or PhD professionals. And so I think that we should focus on this part, because this is the future that we are moving into now. And so this HRI is a field that can open up jobs for us, right? And it's not difficult. But then there's something else, leadership, right? And so leaders will have to make decisions about how they will divide the work. And as we see more automation, etc., and we have to like redefine, like create new titles, new jobs. And for this, we have to sit down and talk. And this is possible. Democratizing HRI for the new economy and operating at the speed of new space. Space is exponential, it moves very fast. Everything that we have on Earth is based on space technologies. And there will be more technologies when we colonize the moon. And these new technologies will have a direct impact on Earth. So we have to move very fast with this and look at the possibilities, the potential. The workforce mandate, breaking the lab barrier. Yes, because I remember when I wanted to study human-robot interaction before, I was not interested in programming. I was more interested in the interaction, the innovation part, right? And so I noticed that it was just the MBA people that were working with this and studying this, and that you had to reach this level of knowledge, of education, in order to have access to these courses or programs. And so now I think that there's a very big gap and that it shouldn't be like that. And so transitioning HRI out of the isolated academic labs and into active organizational workforces. By the way, I forgot to mention that the course that I study about human-robot interaction, it was 2 courses, and it was very high level. It was not basic. It was super high level. Educational evolution, developing immediate scalable training programs to create entirely new professional titles and career paths. The operational model, synergizing on-site physical interaction with distributed online oversight. Now, another problem is, of course, the cost of robots, that not everybody has the budget to buy a robot dog, etc., right? But we do have social robots that we can train with online. For example, Paat Robotics, a company in Sweden, is famous because one of the things that they have done in the past was using their robot in a Disney movie. And now they have, for example, an SDK, everything organized online, and you can have access to this. Download the SDK, and then learn the dashboard, and create things on top of this. And this is where I'm going. There's something I think it's called AI creator or AI robot creator. I think this is super interesting. And this is something else that people can do, learn, and it's also something to look into for business, right? Creating applications. But also in space, that we could use this in space. The
1 minute.
operational model, yeah, sorry.
Veronica, 1 minute. You have 1 minute more.
Oh, okay. Space psychology and hybrid collaboration. The human layer at the center, key frameworks, AI and robotics as collaborators, machine intelligence acts as an environmental translator and operational assistant, not a human replacement. The rise of space psychology, mitigating the unique psychological strains of isolation and deep space operations through structured machine synergy. Continuity of remote work as communication topologies and rapid transit systems advance. Highly integrated remote teams will serve as a primary lifeline for frontier crews. The off-world transition protocol, actionable training and services, the off-world transition protocol. I changed the name of CCX now to OWP because I wanted to be focused on off-world. I wanted this terminology to be there. So the Athena initiatives I created has to do with the education. Then we have HISA, that's Human Intelligence Systems Architecture, and Frontier Operational Integration Sprints. Let's see, orbital leadership, planetary evolution, orbital leadership, navigating a pattern. So this is innovation in the area of leadership applied to the space industry. And these are my contact details. You're welcome to contact me if you have any questions, if you want to partner, if you have any interesting projects, just let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Veronica.
Yeah, thank you, Veronica. Yeah, it was an insightful analysis. I think the whole human-robotic synergy is an important one, and I think it's growing in importance as well. In the past, I think those have been kind of distinct communities in space agencies and among engineers and scientists. But I think there's a growing understanding of the need of more robust and more complex human-robotic synergies. And I think AI, plays an additional interesting role in all that. How will AI play out in terms of systems like that? No, thank you.
Yes.
That was a good presentation. You know, it's worth having that discussion. It reminds me of a book. There was a book published a number of years ago called Robots in Space, and they kind of looked at these debates that are ongoing.
Oh, I
and
love
think
that.
it's-
Oh, I will definitely look for it. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I'm going to post it in the chat here. It's called Robots in Space, Technology Evolution and Interplanetary Travel. Two colleagues I've worked with were involved with
Oh,
that,
wow.
with that book.
Very interesting. Okay, I will look it up.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Veronica. Thank you. That's an important
Thank you.
topic. Well, let's move on to the next session. This will be the next paper, the next presentation. Emeline, Paat, Dahlstrom. The title of the presentation is Catalyzing Space Ecosystems, the Role of Space Enablers, those who are involved in making space activities take place, looking at different emerging ecosystems in the space domain. Emeline is a space entrepreneur and ecosystem builder. She's a co-founder and CEO of Space, a social enterprise focused on co-creating space ecosystems. She's co-authored many papers. She has served as the Chief Impact Officer and Executive Vice President of Operations of Singularity University. I think that was Peter Diamandis, right, was involved with that, and is currently a Global Space Fellow there. She was a Director of Program Development and Operations for Space Adventures, the first space tourism company to space private citizens of space. She holds bachelor's and master's degrees in physics and earth and space science. She's an adjunct faculty at the International Space University. She served on the board of the New Space Journal. And she's been a global advisor. She's on the global advisory board of Obudu University's Space Lab. She's also co-author of a book called Realizing Tomorrow, The Path to Private Space Flight. And she's also won an award along with her husband in New Zealand for contributions to growing the space ecosystem in New Zealand. So a broad wealth of experiences and backgrounds and leadership. Floor is yours, Emeline. Thank you. Looking forward to the presentation.
Thank you so much. Well, kia ora, everybody, and greetings from New Zealand, where it's almost 3 a.m. in the morning. So I apologize if I'm not as sharp as I'm supposed to be. So in any case, thank you to SRI for giving me the opportunity to present and also give this paper, which is the Catalyzing Space Ecosystems, the Role of Enablers and Multi-Stakeholders Network. This is really more about entrepreneurship and innovation more than policy. Yeah, so basically this was this paper was really on the premise that if we are to be a multi-planetary species, we want to make sure that everybody comes along and nobody gets left behind. And so as a practitioner, I always think that the only way to actually do this is to help catalyze space ecosystems in non-spacefaring nations, especially those that are emerging economies. So just to kind of like start off, what is an ecosystem? So just short of making, not to simplify it, but just to make sure that we are kind of like on the same level of what we think about with space ecosystems. It's a network of interconnected stakeholders working together over a shared value and goal that's enabled by infrastructure, policy, and culture. So, but why is space ecosystem even important today? Because as we transition over from governmental to commercial space or new space, there is definitely a lot more opportunity to expand the new space economy with new players. And with exponential technologies and accelerating technologies, now there's definitely more democratization of space. And then also with the current political climate where there's a trend for more capability and sovereignty, local capability, there's certainly a lot more opportunity for new players to shift from being just a consumer to becoming a provider. So what are the elements of a space ecosystem? And again, this is not prescriptive, but at least from experience, it's basically government, which does the policy and regulations, the industry, of course, where the products and services come from. Academia is where the talent and the research for capacity building, and of course nothing happens without funders. And then we always forget about the support services as well, with legal and insurance. And lastly, on the grassroots level, those NGOs and community that's actually doing outreach, and this is supported by infrastructure, either by launch capabilities or data or labs. But what makes a sustainable space ecosystem? And again, I'm speaking here with my practitioner hat on, and looking at what has happened, for example, in New Zealand, where if you have a progressive government that really helps promote the emergence of new products and services. There's also, of course, if you have a launch capability or testing facilities, that also kind of like helps quite a bit. Education and research is important because that's where your talent is going to come from. And of course, funding sources, where it's not only government, but right now there's even a lot more coming from the private sector, from angels and VCs. Industry collaboration, so which means that it's no longer like siloed, but actually, and not only competing with each other, but also collaborating. International partners accelerate this growth as well when there are mature or maturer ecosystems that are actually helping others. And then having an entrepreneurial and a culture of risk, which then is a lot better for actually birthing kind of like startups. But then how do you actually create these space ecosystems? I actually think that it's because of the space enabler, and we kind of like define the space enabler as a passionate individual or group of people that serves as the catalyzer and connects across like the sectors, and then translates stakeholders as well. And the typical ecosystem development that normally happens is that you have this ecosystem builders or space enablers, where they bring about awareness and public education, which then creates a community that creates like the activities, and then that also creates the credibility of the community that is actually working on it. And so therefore more like official stakeholders like government and academia then like kind of like supports the community, which would then create the growth. So a little bit of like just some case studies to this is that you can actually create space ecosystems in many ways, and the stakeholders that started are also come from many different kind of like backgrounds. So for example, Luxembourg is a great example for government-led space ecosystems, where 15 years ago, of course, there was SES, but then there was like no niche market, but the government decided that they were going to go forward and look at resource utilization as their main kind of focus, and put in the like funding, national strategy, investments, created a research facility, which then has grown the Luxembourg community today, as of like from 2024, from 80 public and private academic actors. Another example is the Philippines. So I'm also Filipino, besides being a New Zealander and then also an American. The Philippines now is doing a lot of things through the Philippine Space Agency, but it actually started out with two professors who wanted to collaborate together between the Philippines and Japan. And so this tech transfer between the two basically created the know-how for the Philippines to actually create their own satellites like afterwards, and then now they are also creating their own capacity building activities. And then last example is the where I am actually. So New Zealand is basically industry born, and as you know, Rocket Lab kind of like started from New Zealand, and this really pushed everything from creating an agency to creating degrees that are related to aerospace for capacity building, and then now former Rocket Lab employees have also started their own space startups. And so for the past 10 years, this is kind of like what I've been doing. My husband and I, kind of as space enablers, we tried at least 20 different things, from competitions to mentoring startups to advising investors. And there's actually an IAC paper on this that we delivered in 2022, which summarizes kind of all of the things that we've done in New Zealand. And then like 2 years ago, I also helped co-create another kind of like a network called the Global Space Enablers Network. And this time using and leveraging the lessons learned that we've done in New Zealand, helping other countries as well. So at the moment, there's about 70 members from 40 countries, and we're in different stages of kind of maturity in the ecosystem, and we're kind of like helping others to it. So to wrap up, again, building a nascent space ecosystem, at least to me, is really the most important thing to really practically creating a democratized space economy for everybody. And you can start small, you build credibility, and then all of the other stakeholders in the network will certainly share that passion to scale that space community globally.
1 minute, Emeline.
And so to close out, yes, space is for everyone. And as SRI is promoting 18th SDG, Space for All, I think there's a lot of opportunity for everybody, but it doesn't happen organically. It needs to be helped by others that are already in the pathway. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Emeline. Yeah, it was a insightful presentation. I think it reminds us, the importance of partnerships. I've worked a lot in the area of public-private partnerships, and I think we can't underestimate that. The value of that that you were discussing. I think when you look at, you have government, you have the private sector, you have the academic sector. I think we need to think about space more in this context in terms of how we can leverage that. And I think we're seeing that trend, right? That trend is coming. There's a more powerful trend in that direction once again, as I think there was at the beginnings of the space age back in the 50s and 60s. But I think we're seeing that in different ways. As you have discussed with some of your examples, we see that as well in the case of the United States, right, with the commercial crew and cargo programs. The willingness to create these larger ecosystems to enable space activities across the board and bring it to everyone, as you mentioned. Thank you for that presentation.
I'm also impressed on the way you serve emerging countries using your example in New Zealand. So I think we have to hear more about the Space Enablers Network. And how we could contribute to this, Emeline.
Yes, I put the website on there.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah. Okay, we'll move to the next presentation. This will be presentation by Poojan Chanjara. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It's correct.
Are you in India or?
Yes, I'm from India.
Okay, okay. I was assuming so. I've done some work out there with colleagues and have traveled out there. So wonderful that you're joining us. So Poojan's papers on Beyond Survival, a governance framework for looking at the cultural continuity and political autonomy of space settlers. So it's a good follow-on to some of the earlier presentations we had dealing with off-road settlement and all that. So Poojan is a biotechnology student exploring the design of human systems in constrained and non-terrestrial environments. His interest is in how infrastructure, governance, and culture interact. So kind of some broad thinking here. Through his work, he examines challenges such as power concentration, knowledge distribution, and civilizational continuity under isolation. He is currently developing conceptual frameworks to understand how human societies might evolve beyond Earth while maintaining stability and coherence. So the floor is yours. Looking forward to the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm here from India, and I'll be presenting my work on titled Beyond Survival. It's a framework. So as humans, spaceflight moves gradually from exploration towards the possibility of permanent settlement in the next century, discussions are beginning to move beyond just the engineering questions. So we have to talk about civilization, identity, governance, and long-term human future are becoming increasingly relevant. So my work is to build upon broader discussion by asking one simple question, like what happens after survival? Engineering does keep the settlement alive, but keeping the civilization alive is a very different task. So current research has made tremendous progress in the areas of engineering and reliability, life support systems, legal frameworks, operation governance, all of those. And these are all essential for building a permanent settlements. However, one question begins to emerge once we start thinking across generations. So imagine a settlement 200 years from now, the habitat is working fine, people are healthy, resources are being produced, everything appears successful. Over time, the settlement develops its own traditions, institutions, and identity. None of that is a problem. In fact, it is expected. The real question is how the evolution will take place. Does it remain open, legitimate, and capable of adapting and correcting itself? Or does it gradually goes into the hidden power concentrations, narrowing perspectives, and the erosion of the structure itself? So in this paper, I refer this possibility as civilizational rupture. So not the failure of the infrastructure, but the gradual breakdown of legitimate continuity and the settlement's ability to adapt and reinterpret itself across generations. So this is the central question that is being explored in this work. So why have we begun to think about this today? Because governance challenges are unlikely to remain the same throughout the lifetime of the settlement. Early settlements would naturally go more focus on immediate survival. As they grow, new social structures would emerge, institutions would develop, cultures would evolve, and eventually the settlement may also need ways to preserve legitimacy and adapt across generations. This figure here illustrates that progression. Existing ideas have understandably focused on earlier stages, and the work nowadays have now started to explore the long-term governance question that could emerge as the settlement matures more. So to explore these questions, the framework I have designed brings inspiration from 3 areas. The first is historical civilizational, that is to understand that how the societies have preserved the continuity across the long period of change, while many have failed, like considering the examples of Greeks, Roman, how Christianity, how Indian civilization, and how different cultural civilizations have survived till today. The second is the governance theory, to examine how the authorities, forms evolve, and sometimes the power may concentrate. And the third is the socio-technical systems, because the future settlement would be entirely dependent on the infrastructure, where technical system and governance would be closely linked. So I want to emphasize that this is just a conceptual framework and not a final model or something. Instead, it is just to identify structural questions and possible areas that may deserve the future research. The first observation that is significant that civilizational changes does not always happen through the dramatic events. We often associate it with wars, revolutions, or institutional collapse, but history has shown that civilizational do change gradually. So over generations, identities will evolve, institutions will adapt, and new interpretations will replace the older ones. But the values would remain same. Under long-term isolation, similar process could occur in the space settlements. Later generations may relate to Earth as being different from its founding generation that would be going there. So the settlement might remain technically successful while gradually becoming civilizationally different, whether they represent healthy evolution or a rupture remains an open question, but it's a worth question asking. The second observation concerns power. So usually we think about power as something that comes from the political institutions. But in isolated settlements, authority could emerge from several interconnected dimensions as well. So political power comes from formal governance. Infrastructural power would come from the control over the life support systems, energy, communication. Cognitive power would come from specializing in operation, expertise in the areas. Epistemic powers would come from the ability to interpret the information and define what counts as risk, crisis, emergency, those things. And economic power would come from things like allocation of scarce resources and other opportunities. These dimensions may reinforce one another. For example, if an institution controls critical infrastructure, people tend to depend on it. That dependency increases the importance of its expertise. Over the time, those with the greatest expertise may also become the primary interpreter for the system's condition. And eventually, that influence could extend into the political decision making. So power might emerge through dependency on technology as well, not only through the constitutions or elections. So based on these
How
observations—
you doing? Happy 4th. Good to see you, sir. Thank you
Sorry?
so very much. Take care.
Hello?
No, go ahead. That was inadvertent. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So based on these observations, I just propose a small framework that is what I call the culture of spatial humanity framework. So rather than prescribing the one model of governments, it would organize possible responses into the 4 connected areas. The first focus is on preserving the civilizational continuity across generations. So preserving the core values of humanity. The second explores the way of reducing excessive dependence on any one single institution or group that would allow the that would include the operational transparency, common guaranteed survival allocations, even if you want to exit the community and all those things. Third considers the adaptive governance that recognizes settlements may need different approaches during normal operations, periods of stress, and genuine emergencies, because not every time we can guarantee that the settlement would be flowing very smoothly. There would be times of stresses, and there would be also the times of critical emergencies. And finally, the fourth one would emphasize on continuous self-correction system. So the government systems, as example earlier, remain open to review and adaptation as the power concentration tend to happen. So together, these pillars are intended to provide a way of thinking about long-term governance challenges rather than the finalized blueprint. So this slide is just the summary that what I believe would be the central governance challenge. Every governance system is created to provide oversight and coordination, but over time, those responsible for oversight would naturally gain experience, expertise, and influence. As their influence grows, they may begin to playing a larger role in decision making. If that process continues unchecked, authorities become gradually power, and that is what happens without anyone deliberate.
Poojan, 1 minute.
Okay, that is what deliberate. It can simply emerge from the way highly depending on system operations. So here are the two basic examples I illustrated: that threshold manipulation and epistemic convergence. And this is the although the permanent settlements are still in the future, governance decisions are beginning to take shape. One possibility is to ensure that the authority granted during the founding stages do not automatically become the permanent authority. Periodic reviews, renewal mechanisms have to become a part of the systems to help the future generation reassess their institutions, their roles, needs, and how they want to operate. And the second would be transparency around the infrastructure as well and the governance. The framework also highlights the value of independent auditing, especially where the same organization could do both operate the systems and evaluate the performance, because this is where the dependency comes from. And finally, suggests protecting structural disagreement, because it's a community up there. There would be disagreements and regular crises. So there should be a mechanism for that as well, to maintain different perspectives and ensure the long-term resilience for that. So to conclude, this work is built around three main ideas. The permanent settlements face challenges that extend beyond engineering challenges. Second is, in isolated settlements, power could emerge through multiple interconnected dimensions. And the third would be the governance system itself become the vulnerable to the power concentration. Many aspects of this framework remain open for discussion and future validation. So at the end, the future settlements will almost certainly become something new. My hope is simple, that they write the new chapters of Civilizational, but they also stay connected not only by technology, but the shared values and responsibilities that define us as humanity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Poojan. Yeah, that was a well thought out, presentation and ideas there. I think that are important to consider, when we're looking at governance structures, related to future space settlements. And it's going to be interesting to see how all this plays out with, nation states, countries going there, and how's that going to play out relative to the international legal context, the Outer Space Treaty regime, non-appropriation issues. There's the idea of an international regime, right, that was put forward in the Moon Agreement, although that hasn't been widely accepted or endorsed by space powers at all. So it's going to be interesting to see how, I think, the governance models do evolve. I think you gave some good insight and thoughts in that context. Thank you.
Thank you.
So move on to the next paper, presentation by Amalie Sinclair, looking at the idea of a United Nations flag on a moon. I think this has obviously aspects related that are very symbolic, prestige-oriented, but they clearly affect geopolitics directly with great significance, and she'll, I assume, touch on that. So Amalie, just the focus on some of her space-related areas. In 2004, she prepared a forum called Space for Progress for congressional members in Washington, D.C. Over the past number of years, a couple decades, she's been actively engaged in the development of equitable space policy, presenting in the area of lunar science communities. She joined the SRI community about 10 years ago. Her interest lies in UN-based narratives for outer space development and settlement. So I'll turn it over to you, Amalie. Go ahead.
All right. Can you put my slideshow up, Eligar? Could somebody put it up for the lunar UN flag? I can't hear you.
I think Adriano has it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's got it.
So this is the
UN flag.
UN flag on the moon, right? Okay, loading the PowerPoint, going full screen, sharing. Sharing. I hope so. Where I am. Here. Where? Okay. You can go.
Okay. The lunar UN flag was initially ventured by. No, is that the first slide? Oh, no, that's the. Yeah. Hello. Hi. How are you? Can you go to the next slide? Next slide.
I'm trying to go, but I don't know why.
I might got an unstable connection here. Sorry.
No, there is a problem here. I don't understand with my PowerPoint and sharing. Oh my God.
Well, shall I just go ahead anyway?
I try again.
Okay.
Oh, it's not working.
Why don't you just go ahead and then we'll.
All right.
Yeah.
The lunar UN flag was initially ventured by NASA, but national sentiments took precedent over internationalized perspectives. In January 1969, President Richard Nixon set an international tone for the Apollo program in his inaugural address. As we explore the riches of space, let us go to the new worlds together, not as new worlds to be conquered, but as a new adventure to be shared. This inspired an idea within NASA to have astronauts plant a United Nations flag on the first landing. Officials at NASA were surveyed, and the overwhelming consensus was to plant an American flag. However, we are not suggesting that either or is the case. Both national flags and the UN flag carry profound significance, and it is the opinion of Space Renaissance that both can be planted on the lunar terrains at the same time by any landing nation. The policy perspectives of space development have become very different from those that were advanced in the 60s. Although national competitiveness will play a part, it is widely acknowledged that full international alignment will have a significant role. The opening phase of such important civilizational dialogue can be readily initiated by the placement of the UN flag within the many lunar landings which lie ahead. Right, next slide. Historically, flags provide the universal and symbolic representations of human culture. National flags convey many attributes for diverse civil society populations, including allegiance and the sense of cohesiveness and national pride. Flags speak to national languages and identities and are a respected and acknowledged part of governmental and political discourses in all parts of the world. In many senses of the word, flags are considered sacred and inviolable representations. The proposal for a UN flag to be displayed alongside the national flag of nations landing on the moon is not a light-hearted suggestion. In reality, if accepted, this proposition would represent a continuing acknowledgement of the durable value of the extant Outer Space Treaty during a time of international fragmentations and the dangers of a never-advancing new Cold War. The technologies of our modern age can provide many non-invasive techniques for security and stability in space. Yet, although a considered process of interchange and agreement is viable and readily available, the essential narrative remains as a latent potential. Escalation around the nuclear arms issues in the 60s brought forward the deterrence principle of MAD, mutually assured destruction. Even so, 50 years later, the formula for international arms control around OSD treaty-based frameworks can define interrelated objectives. Providing a fully internationalized opening for the essential dialogue peace in space is easily done. The placement of a lunar UN flag will signal to human society readiness and availability for such a historic step. Right, next slide. Next slide. The concept of peaceful collaboration for human development is an essential and universal ideal. Considered as the underlying principle and the founding legal tenet of the UN body, the ethical basis of such a dimension is well established and well accepted. Yet there is no reason to suppose that the concepts which drive world affairs are not variable ones, or that they will not shift and change according to purpose, conditions, and economic pressures. Within the status of national objectives, strategic outlooks have historically been limited by both ideological and political frameworks, and the innate capacity for referencing and analysis. Yet since the first lunar landing and over the past decades, the advent of a technological global network enabling mass communications and informational flows across all nations and places will rapidly expedite integrated potentials and purposes. The progressive nature of space-based attributes provides an authentic medium for capable diplomatic engagement, policy orientation, and the equitable consolidation of essential global informational assets. The UN lunar flag will be symbolic. Although it is simple and unique representation, it carries an immense content. The flag bears significant messages for a world facing the tensions of climatic stress, environmental phase change, and further phases of militarization. The silent lunar flag will inform a global audience in many ways. It will confirm that the lunar landscape itself provides a dramatic venue for the essential outer space treaty. What can be achieved by the UN for on outer space will be an essential focus for the transformational age that lies ahead. In many ways, the medium is a message guiding humanity beyond remote historical shadows. Next slide. A short summary can describe the types of cislunar research and development prospectus. These include solar power and related beam laser utilities, which hold immense potential for both energy sources and debris identification and mitigation. Ultra-fast laser-based communications provide a dramatic advancement, carrying information across space between utilities and for terrestrial usage. Space-based vehicles and fueling depots may service and extend the life of satellites. Orbiting habitats and labs will be built supporting genetic and materials investigation. Space-based manufacturing technologies in low gravity will represent the framework of an original global economy, now leading out in many ways through the propositions for space-based data servers with on-site AI configurations informing Earth observation and communications assets. The lunar landings will clearly illustrate both the notable cislunar industrial objectives as well as terrestrial insights. All right, next slide. Next one. I think I've gone through both of these. Can you go to the last slide then? Okay, the moon is a formidable taskmaster. Known as the magnificent desolation, its surface is extinct and sterile and bombarded by radiation. In many ways, it's a versatile personification of our endpoint, the terrain that lies beyond the danger of nuclear annihilation. Yet our dialogue for the moon is resurgent and full of expectation. The technologies that drive lunar development and permanent settlement extend profound sciences that will drive high levels of the terrestrial economy. The objectives for cislunar infrastructure will be brought together with the lunar landings as an integral part of emerging technological frameworks by both government and commercial interests. Over the next few years, the many phases of international engagement which can be initiated through the narratives underlying the lunar flag attributes will lead out past 2030 and reach across future generations. What happens on the moon is also what happens on the Earth. The growing techniques and applications of outer space usage have become extremely pertinent. Cislunar industrialization represents an entirely new and upcoming phase for international affairs and the global economy. Alignment under the UN auspice for equitable and responsive space development frameworks provides a sympathetic and realistic purpose. It is apparent that the upcoming technologies of space will have profound societal impacts. Therefore, ensuring that the space economy follows capable, non-invasive developmental pathways is an immediate necessity. The UN lunar flag fully signals the intentions of our global society. It represents not only the international purpose for lunar settlement, but also indicates the pathway towards the upcoming phases of comprehensive cislunar development. It represents both the distinguished sciences that will lead out and the collaborative international dialogue that will disseminate, enable, and empower the peaceful implementation of such advancements. The youth of today holds hope for the future in facing the critical realities of our time, the problems and the solutions. Providing the accessible medium that supports and enables such hope is a clear responsibility. The lunar flag will be flown many times by many nations over the years ahead. It is an immensely meaningful gesture to be acknowledged in all places, continuing to address the role and purpose of the extraordinary space-going journey. All right, sorry. Thank you, Adriano.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily. Appreciate the presentation. Provide some, added insights in regard to, in regard to the future, I think, of our lunar activities and activities maybe elsewhere on Mars or elsewhere, and how the governance structures and political structures will play out, and what are the multifaceted issues therein. I think we've had a number of interesting presentations on that, and a lot of food for thought for sure in terms of what will eventually be the governance and the law and the nature of that. Whether it will be an extension of our current geopolitics, who knows? We'll be discussing that a little later in my Astropolitcs session, looking at the cislunar domain in the context of kind of the new space race dynamic that's existing right now in geopolitics. Thank you. At any rate, let's move forward. Our next presenter is Wes Fairs. He's going to be looking at the ambiguities within the Outer Space Treaty framework and how we can maybe provide some greater clarity regarding some of those ambiguities. I think one of the areas of focus is looking at resource utilization, property rights, issues related to that. Wes Fairs is an advocate of private space sector resource utilization beyond national borders. He has a graduate certificate in air and space law from the University of Mississippi. He is a director of Space Rights LLC, a private sector advocacy group focused on space resources, an observer to the Hague International Space Resources Governance Working Group, and is involved with Space Renaissance International as co-chair of the Space Policy Committee. So Wes, go ahead. The floor is yours. Is he here? Or?
I don't think Wes is here.
Oh,
He's not
okay.
listed in the list of participants right now.
Okay, I didn't look. I just assumed he was here. Well, at any rate,
No, he's not here.
Okay. I'll just share with you quickly because I have an abstract here. But I think he was looking, and then we'll just move on to the next paper unless anybody has any questions. But he was looking particularly at the issue, as I mentioned, regarding private property rights and resource utilization. And I think there's some interesting insights into that. Sometimes I think that area is misunderstood, that there is this thought that because of the non-appropriation clause in the Outer Space Treaty, that any aspect regarding property rights or resource utilization in place can be prohibited. It's hard to lay claim, right? If you can't lay claim to resources, then the business economic incentives to make use of those resources can be an issue. So I think he was going to look at some issues related to that. I think there is some thought that it's not necessarily the use of resources clearly, and even the appropriation of resources once removed is not necessarily interpreted as a violation of the Outer Space Treaty, was one of the areas he was going to further explore. So I just wanted to bring that up. I don't know if there's we could spend a minute or two if anybody has any thoughts or questions on this. I know one of the interesting.
If I could, I'll just note that Wes and I have spent a lot of time on these issues. And on the resources, we're pretty much in agreement that once resources are removed from in place, then they can be owned by whoever does the removing, be it a country or a private entity. And that seems to be the direction, excuse me, that the current COPOS working group on the legal aspects of outer space resource activities, they're about to adopt that as one of their principles. So that'll be a sound foundation for private enterprise using resources. As far as the private ownership of property, we have a disagreement upon whether or not the non-appropriation ban in Article 2 does apply to private entities. I think it clearly does. He thinks it's unsettled. And that'll certainly be addressed by the powers that be at COPOS in the near future. But that's all I had to say on Wes's interpretation of things.
Okay. No, thank you, Dennis. No, appreciate the further insight there. I know you've been involved with some of those efforts. I think it was interesting as well, in my own research and understanding, when they were negotiating the Moon Agreement, this issue did come up, with the calling of an international regime to equitably govern the distribution of resources that we would derive from resource utilization on the lunar surface. And I think one of the interpretations at that time was that resources out of place, right? Once removed, you can't lay claim, but you can make use of resources. You can create safety zones, right? And then you can remove those resources. But once you've removed those resources, you can then lay claim. And I think, we have the lunar samples that were brought back by both, the Russians, former Soviet Union, and the United States. Those are properties of national governments. There is the recent legislation as well that we've seen in several countries. I think it's now the US, Luxembourg, I think Japan as well, that are in national legislation enabling private entities to own space resources. So I think, it's an interesting area, no doubts about it. It'll be interesting to see if we do develop the international regime at some level as we begin to engage in resource utilization on the moon.
I just want to add something about, because some aspects of our discussion in our Space Policy Committee has not emerged in this session, but there are important aspects. For instance, our position is against a colonialist attitude with regard to the space resources. So we believe that space resources belong to space settlers. They don't have to be brought on Earth, because we don't need more resources on Earth. They would only increase the pressure, the environmental pressure on Earth's surface if we bring here other resources and other energy. So the right direction is to move the users outside, not to move the resources inside, but move industrial development outside and let the settlers to own and work with the resources to build the space infrastructure. So I think this is a very important position. So when Dennis say we speak for the settlers, he also has this concept in mind, that we are thinking, because, we are not commenting the space development. We are not afraid of the space development. We are not here to moderate the space development. We are here to anticipate it and to, as much as possible, to free the path from obstacles and ideological, political, or any kind of obstacles that would make the life of the space settler more difficult, more complicated, and more coactive, let me say. Okay, this is one thing. The other concept that it is worth to mention here is about the asteroids. So we also had a discussion in our committee about the
Not working.
character.
All these systems are crashing.
Sorry.
Overloaded.
Okay. We had a discussion about the characterization of the asteroids. So if we think about a small, medium, small asteroids, they cannot be considered properly celestial bodies like moons and the planets. They are more like agglomerates of materials. They are also not very consistent because they are the materials there are in a raw status, so they didn't were compressed by a planetary gravity like on Earth, where when you want to extract iron from Earth, you have to work a lot. You have to process the material before getting the pure iron. But in space, in asteroids, not so. Materials are almost pure there, and they are only kept together by very low gravitational forces. So if you go there and kick the asteroid will probably explode and release its stones around. So what we say is that the many asteroids can be considered just a deposit, a repository of raw materials. Therefore, the Outer Space Treaty should maybe add some dedicated articles and considerations about the asteroids. So this is, I think, another argument that we have already also presented at COPUOS in one of our presentations during the last 3 years. Okay, so just for the record, because we are in the space politics session, and I think that this concept should also be present in the discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Adriano. Yeah, it was good to know the discussions that have taken place there. Yeah, in the Space Policy Committee. Well, why don't we move forward, since we are behind time like we were yesterday. So our last paper for this session, the close out this session, is by Laura Jones Vadjina, if I'm pronouncing the name correctly.
Yes.
Well, it's Lars Vadjina, not Lar.
Lars. Oh, Lars. Okay. Lar?
Yeah.
Lars,
no
okay.
problem.
A paper here on a presentation on algorithmic sovereignty in orbit, governing artificial intelligence as critical space infrastructure. Interesting area. Lars holds an MBA and a BA in Interdisciplinary American Studies, and has done advanced coursework in computer science, and holds additional certifications in business and management, sustainability, ethics, communication, and innovation. His work really explores AI governance, human-machine, human-robotic coordination, orbital infrastructure, and the societal implications of autonomous space environments. He has presented at international conferences. His research is focused on how intelligent systems, infrastructure scaling, and emerging governance models shape the future of human activity beyond Earth. Let's go ahead.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Of course.
Hope you guys can see it. So thank you for the great introduction. It's nice to be here, and it's also very nice to see some familiar faces here. So let's get started. When we think about space infrastructure, we usually picture rockets, satellites, launch facilities, space stations, or perhaps future settlements on the Moon and Mars. Throughout the history of space exploration, these visible systems have shaped how we imagine humanity's expansion beyond Earth. Today, however, another layer of infrastructure is quietly emerging. Unlike habitats, it cannot be seen. It exists in software, algorithms, and increasingly autonomous systems that coordinate missions, process vast amount of information, and support operational decision-making across space domain. My paper argues that this invisible layer deserves far more attention than it currently receives. As artificial intelligence becomes deeply integrated into space operations, it is evolving from useful operational tool into a form of critical infrastructure. And once infrastructure begins making decisions, questions of governance become just as important as questions of engineering. To understand why, we first need to look beyond the hardware itself and consider the invisible infrastructure that increasingly supports every space mission. So let's see if I can switch to the next slide. Okay, here we go. For decades, discussions about space infrastructure have focused almost entirely on physical systems. We think about launch vehicles, satellites, communication networks, orbital stations, and increasingly future habitats on Moon, Mars. These are the structures we can see, measure, and engineer. Yet every one of these systems increasingly depends on something far less visible. AI is beginning to coordinate satellite constellations, support spacecraft navigation, process sensor data, detect anomalies, and assist operational decision-making. As missions become more complex and spacecrafts operate farther from Earth, these computational capabilities become increasingly important. And here's the shift we need to internalize. AI is no longer simply supporting the infrastructure. AI is becoming part of the infrastructure itself. And that changes the way we should think about future space systems. The hardware may remain visible, but the intelligent coordinating it becomes increasingly invisible. Understanding that shift is essentially because it fundamentally changes how we approach the governance of space operations. So the next question is how artificial intelligence is making that transition from operational tool to critical infrastructure. The transformation I'm describing is not a distant future scenario. It is already beginning. AI is increasingly supporting the operation of satellite constellations, assisting with collision avoidance, processing enormous volumes of sensor data, and enabling higher levels of mission autonomy. As the number of spacecraft in orbit continues to grow, these capabilities become less of a convenience and more of an operational necessity. This represents an important transition. Traditionally, we viewed AI as another software tool, supporting engineers and mission operators. Today, however, AI is becoming part of the operational architecture itself. Space systems increasingly rely on intelligent software to coordinate activities that would be difficult or even impossible to manage manually. That distinction matters because infrastructure creates dependency. Once essential functions depend on intelligent systems, questions about reliability, resilience, accountability, and governance become just as important as technical performance. And once we begin asking those questions, we quickly discover an emerging governance gap. As artificial intelligence becomes increasingly integrated into space operations, a new challenge begins to emerge. Our technological capabilities are advancing rapidly, yet the governance structures surrounding them are evolving much more slowly. This creates a gap that deserves our attention. Several questions immediately arise. If an autonomous system makes an operational decision that leads to unintended consequences, who is accountable? How transparent are the algorithms coordinating critical activities? How do we prevent automated systems from escalating situations faster than human can respond? And how do we ensure consistent governance when different nations and commercial operators develop their own independent AI systems? And we are not talking about technical questions here. These are questions about responsibility, trust, and international cooperation. As our dependence on intelligent systems grows, governance can no longer be treated as an afterthought. It must become part of the infrastructure itself. So that brings us to the central concept of this presentation, algorithmic sovereignty. At this point, I would like to introduce the central concept of this presentation, algorithmic sovereignty. Traditionally, sovereignty has been associated with territory, with borders and control over physical infrastructure. In space, we naturally think about launch capabilities, satellites, communication networks, or access to strategic orbital positions. All these remain essential, but as AI becomes embedded within those systems, another dimension of sovereignty begins to emerge. Algorithmic sovereignty describes the ability to understand, govern, and retain meaningful control over the intelligent system that increasingly coordinate critical space operations. In other words, control over algorithms becomes just as strategically important as control over the physical infrastructure they manage. This does not imply restricting innovation or slowing technological progress. Rather, it recognizes that intelligent systems supporting critical infrastructure must themselves become objects of governance. The obvious next question then is how we translate this idea into practical governance principles. If we accept that artificial intelligence is becoming part of our critical space infrastructure, then governance cannot remain an abstract discussion. It must be translated into practical design principles that can guide future systems. I propose 5 interconnected principles. First, transparency, so that important decisions can be understood rather than treated as black boxes. Second, auditability, allowing decisions to be reviewed, evaluated, and improved over time. Third, human oversight, recognizing that meaningful human responsibility must remain part of critical operations, even as autonomy increases. Fourth, resilience, ensuring that intelligent systems remain reliable under unexpected conditions or system failures. And finally, international cooperation, because infrastructure increasingly operates across national borders and commercial partnerships. None of these principles can stand alone. Together, they provide a practical governance framework that balances technological innovation with long-term responsibility. So the real question then is why this framework matters beyond theory. At this point, we can ask a practical question. Where does all this actually matter? The answer is that it matters wherever space operations become increasingly autonomous and interconnected. Future lunar settlements will rely on intelligent systems to coordinate life support, energy distribution, and local infrastructure. Autonomous logistics will manage the movement of supplies between Earth orbit, the Moon, and eventually Mars. Growing orbital traffic will require continuous coordination to reduce congestions and avoid collisions. And deep space missions will increasingly depend on autonomous decision-making because communication delays make continuous human supervision almost impossible. Many of these developments are already beginning, and their complexity will only continue to increase. So that is why governance must evolve alongside technology rather than follow behind it. If we prepare the governance now, we will be better prepared for the future we are already beginning to build. And that brings me to my concluding thought. Let me conclude by returning to the central idea of this presentation. For generations, humanity has understood space exploration primarily through its visible achievements. We celebrate rockets, spacecraft, satellites, space stations, and increasingly plans for permanent settlement beyond Earth. These remarkable accomplishments will continue to define the future of space exploration. Yet another layer of infrastructure is quietly emerging alongside them. AI is becoming embedded within these systems that coordinate mission support, autonomous operations, and manage increasingly complex space environments. As that transition continues, the way we think about infrastructure must evolve. This is why I introduced the concept of algorithmic sovereignty. My argument is not that AI replaces human decision-making or becomes the dominant actor in space. Rather, it recognizes that intelligent systems are becoming essential components of the infrastructure upon which future missions will depend. If that is the case, the transparency, accountability, resilience, and international cooperation cannot remain optional considerations. They must become integral parts of how we design and govern future space systems. Ultimately, governance is not something we add after technology has matured. It is something we build alongside. If we wait until intelligent systems have become indispensable, we may discover that the rules governing them have fallen behind the technology itself. So perhaps the next frontier is defined only by where humanity travels. Perhaps it is defined by how wisely we govern the intelligent systems that will help us get there. So the next frontier may not be Mars. It may be the invisible algorithms that govern our journey there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lars. Yeah. It's, yeah, some great thought there, you know, given, you know, I think we're largely governed already on Earth, right, by algorithms. But I think giving some thought into how we would develop those to be more, you know, as you argued, to be more transparent, cooperative, to enable some of the activities we would like to achieve, you know, more equitably, more distributed, more beneficial off Earth is important. It's an important consideration. There's no doubts about it. You know, I think we failed in some ways here on Earth, right, with all the algorithms that govern a lot of the decisions and what takes place. And even AI itself is quite controversial, right, because now companies have monetized the creativity and research of humanity in some ways, right? Yeah, but thank you for that. Appreciate it. Any final thoughts or questions before we? I guess we need to move on to the next session. But I think if there's any question or thoughts or on any of the.
Well, we are about 40 minutes late. That's not such a big delay, but so we can allow a few minutes if we want to make some conclusory remarks or small discussion.
Yeah, what would be good is in addition to the individual papers that are minuted, if there are indeed some summary remark that we can convey, and we have promised that we are going to tell the world what we are doing at the Space Renaissance Congress. So if there could be, you know, some key point, and that's a perfect task for a chair. You take a few points that you have detected in some of the talks, and we write a little story that we can put on the SRI website. And then at the end of the Congress, we'll put these daily stories in terms of a kind of a report to the public.
No, that's excellent. Yeah, Bernard. Yeah, I would fully agree with that. Yeah, that would be great to do. You know, I guess for all the chairs, I'll do that.
Yeah, for all the chairs, yes.
I'll do that for my session today, and I have another
exactly.
session coming up on Astropolitcs. But no, I think we should definitely do that to be able to disseminate that information and get it out there.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that suggestion. Yeah. So that's the charge, Adriano. You have to get all the chairs to do that. So.
Yes, definitely.
Any final thoughts? Well, let's move forward. Yeah, we are behind already. I think we had some discussion, but go ahead, Adriano. I know the next session you're leading, so go ahead.
Okay, so the next session is Space 18 SDG Coalition. So we need Gülin, that will be the chair, and Robert Katz, the moderator. Gülin, Robert, are you?
Yes, thank you
hi,
so very
Adriano.
much.
I am here. So is Robert.
Okay. So, I don't know, Gülin, if you would like to just introduce quickly the session.
Yeah, sure. So we are leading with this idea of an 18 SDG. And the reason for it, as we have articulated on several fronts, is very clear to us, but just to recall once again. Space is today the enabler of 17 SDGs for achievement. It's also an activity domain where humanity has expanded and is building. So therefore, it is in its own right requiring also a sustainability approach. So an 18th SDG would bring all of these together in a sense that is reflected within the global sustainability development framework. So towards post-2030, then we have better chances to pick it up without any gaps, which currently we see that there is, because 2015, when the SDG framework was decided, was worked through, access to space was not as it is today. So for this one, so far with NSS and now with SRI continuing the works, we have reached a coalition of 120 signatory organizations. And this makes us all the more stronger. And, it also helps us advance this idea within the UN COPIOS front too. So with this one, Adriano, I would like to invite you for your slides to give us an overview of the coalition. And we are looking to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gülin. It was not expected a paper by me, but of course, to present a few slides to summarize the history of this proposal and what does it mean, I decided to present these few slides that I will go sharing now. I hope I will also take maybe less than 10 minutes, but let's try. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, 18 SDG to make space truly for all on Earth and beyond. This is a necessary update of the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. As we can see, the 17 SDG has an empty slot here. And what we see is a closed window. And what is behind this closed window? There is UNOSA and COPUOS, the UN space branch, that nobody knows that exist, but they exist. What we want to do is to open this window and collocate the 18 SDG, space for all on Earth and beyond, in this correct place, in this position, in the empty slot. Now, what is the rationale? 2015 was a turning point in history. Reusable rockets have changed the paradigm. The cost of launch is coming down between 3 to 5 orders of magnitude. Space is no longer the province of the few, and low-cost access to space offers opportunities to the many. Scale is now relative to our aspiration. Space is the answer to the crisis of civilization. Space does not automatically force ethical maturity. That remains our choice and responsibility. Yet space offers a virtually unlimited platform of material resources and energy, an objective condition supporting social growth, freedom, and peaceful competition and collaboration. Space offers the possibility to relieve Earth's environment from the burden of industrial development and learn to become the best stewards of the Earth and life as we know it. So space gives us resources, peace, energy, territory, new territory, environment, population, and social benefits. So if we look at the 17 SDG and we have reorganized it a little bit in some kind of hierarchical structure, we see that we have 3 main pillars that are the energy, the decent work and economic growth, and the industry, innovation, and infrastructure. If these 3 pillars work, then all the other SDGs are feasible. If they don't work, they are not feasible. The main question is, are these 3 pillars sustainable? The answer is no. The only way this 3 pillars can restart working is to add the 18 dimension, the space, that will give abundant resources and environmental relief to planet Earth, that will make everything else feasible, sustainable. In fact, energy, economy, and industrial innovation can work perfectly, yes, but in space, not on the planetary surface. On the planetary surface, we have a big problem. That is the very limited, if not non-existent, completely non-existent now, sustainability compared to the climate action, the life below water, and the life on land. That's the environmental problem. So if we restart growing industrial on Earth's surface, there will be a crash immediately. These SDGs that are already regressing, because this is something I said during my presentation of the thesis 1, that the large majority of the SDGs are steady or regressing. So the problem is we cannot grow anymore on Earth. We have to grow outside. Space development is good for energy, relocation of industry to space, less energy demand on Earth, beneficial growth, civilian astronautic industry, for economy and all of the social SDGs, peace and collaboration. The wars for resources will be relegated to history. The environment, planet Earth relieved from industrial burden, cosmic safety, mitigate risk of cosmic threats. Note that this is not an SDG because the SDG, the 17 SDG don't take care of the cosmic threats, but they exist. Asteroids and cometoids and so on, possibly impacting Earth. Our Space 18 SDG campaign we have understood that the 2030 agenda needs a major update, but this was understood even very early, just after the publication of the agenda. The 17 SDG require resources and the generation of new real world to be meaningfully addressed. The 2030 agenda was conceptualized during the traditional aerospace age. Space technologies are already supporting SDGs on Earth, but demonstrated not enough for a really sustainable development. Indispensable urgent to start civilian space development, private and public synergy. We propose an SDG to be added, space for all on Earth and beyond, expanding human communities into outer space to benefit everyone, everywhere. The Space IT SDG Coalition counts now 121 organizations as of 28 June 2026. Yes, the last one is not yet registered because we had no time in these days to do it. However, they are very welcome, of course. It is a Pakistan organization, including educational entities such as universities, schools, academies, many big and small space advocacy organizations, several commercial entities. The true value of the Space 18 SDG, a great opportunity to talk to the people, the public audience at large. Bringing the UN as space branch, ANUSA and COPUOS to the public light will allow people to understand the great value of space as a key factor of sustainability. Please note that this is a point that I would like to emerge from this Congress. We have to make public, large public aware of ANUSA and COPUOS, because these infrastructures, these UN branches, are at risk of disappearing, because we already are experimenting during the last meetings at COPUOS the limitations of the budget that is making restrictions to the real-time interpretation services. And this is just the beginning of the crisis of the UN. So we need to bring the space branch of the UN at the knowledge of the people, of the larger audience. This is a bit of history. Starting in 2017, the first 18 SDG concept was advanced by the late David Dunlop of NSS, and we mentioned the 1986 UN resolution on human right to development in those years. In 2018, David Download, Alfred Anzaldúa, and Michel Anlan presented the 18 SDG at COPUS for the first time. In 2021, our third World Congress in the final resolution said to add an 18 SDG bootstrap the civilian space development to UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals in order to make the 17 SDG feasible and sustainable. In 2022, we developed a feasible utopia for 21st century by myself restructuring the UN 17 SDG for the sake of true sustainability by adding an 18 SDG bootstrapping civilian development. In 2023, the campaign really kicked off by SRI and NSS together at COPUS. In June 5, Carlton Johnson of NSS presented the 18 SDG at COPUS 66 session in Vienna. In September 2023, our coalition held a workshop at UN Plaza in concomitance with the UN General Assembly 78. In April 2024, Alfred Anzaldúa, myself, and Friedrich Genet held presentations and speeches on the Space 18 SDG COPUS Legal Subcommittee in Vienna. And in 2025 and 2026, we kept on participating to the scientific, technical, and legal COPUS subcommittees and to the General Assembly 78 and 69 in Vienna. And in April 2016, Dr. Gülin Dede made the Space 18 SDG site event at COPUS Legal Subcommittee 65th session in Vienna. So this is what we have made, very, very summarized, but we want to continue. And for sure, well, not for sure, but I think there will be something very interesting in September at the next 81st General Assembly of UN in New York, because I don't want to anticipate anything, but maybe some state member could present the 18 SDG to the General Assembly. We are working for that. We are crossing our finger for that, and we don't stop working for that. So the logo is also interesting to say about something about the logo, because it was the outcome of the discussion and of the work. Is the outcome of a conceptual discussion among the co-promoters. The logo represents two key concepts of the 18 SDG and their synergistic relationship. Civilization expansion into the outer space, that are the rockets going outside, and the space technologies to enhance sustainability on Earth's surface, that are the satellite technologies. Okay, yeah, that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Adriano, this is Gary. I put a note in the chat. Actually, this was brought forward as an intervention to the United Nations through the Economics and Social Council in August of 2014 by the NSS delegation. We were part of the evaluation team with respect to the proposed SDGs in total as they were being brought forward to the Economics and Social Council. The intervention, went forward to the entire assembly. However, in the detailed discussions, it was felt that space applied to virtually every one of the other SDGs, and as a result, potentially muddled the message that a lot of the detailed participants wanted to convey, which was that resources needed to be allocated to address the SDGs, and the notion that an SDG would bring resources to the table would
Thank you very much.
use their message.
We didn't know about that, so thank you very
much. Actually, this was brought forward in our original discussion, and
yes, we have a.
It turned out
we
there
were
was
aware
a
of that.
decade.
I was aware of that. Yes.
Yeah, it was rather remarkable.
Okay.
The session that we had at the UN The side session was it literally a decade later from the original
Was it
intervention.
with David Dunlop and some of his colleagues?
Yeah, I was, David Dunlop was working with me associated with this, and Mark Hopkins, and we went through one of the other things that is interesting about non-profit organizations involvements is that when we asked to meet with anyone in the Secretariat, including the folks that were in charge of the available funding, we got the meeting.
Yeah.
Whereas the other nonprofit organizations found it quite difficult to actually have face-to-face meetings with the controlling authorities in the Secretariat. This, in part, was driven by the fact that the relationship of the National Space Society and the derailing of the Moon Agreement, as it were, was something that the bureaucracy took substantive note of. And so as a consequence, anything that we were bringing forward, they wanted to be cognizant of. But no, Richard Elliott was the brave soul in the Secretariat at the time that was responsible for funding, and he spent over 2 hours, talking with our delegation about strategies for working things forward and how we can most effectively engage the nation-state delegations, including the importance of them getting over a sense of entitlement. There's a difference between learning how, it's the old adage, do you give somebody that's hungry a fish, or do you teach them how to fish? Okay, the delegations needed to learn that they had to have a means of engaging and being able to constructively be a part of the evolving ecosystems. And the remote sensing example was preeminent. You go and the data is available if you stand up the ability to receive it and the folks that can process it in meaningful ways for you. And that analogy. So it is important that this is an evolving understanding that can actually leverage the UN resources. And it's a viral concept in that even if you never change the papers, it becomes part of the gestalt of how it is we actually do something real with the SDGs. Thank you for allowing the intervention.
Thank you, Gary.
Gary, I would like to also thank you very much. So I'm really lucky to have you on the 18 SDG panel tomorrow. So I would love to hear more from you on this one, and also to later pick it up after the Congress to really build up on these lessons learned and then the best practices going forward, because we are really now in the moments that we can engage with state parties, and that's all the more interesting. To do it the
Any
right
way I can be of assistance in those regards, I'm happy to do so.
Gary, if you can send me, please, the relevant notes so we can update our history.
Okay, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Take care.
And Gülin, just briefly to note that our organization doing compact agreements have found that 13 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals really can and do use space systems to help achieve those goals. So just another fact.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Joe. Having you online, having you contributing means a lot. And your point is very much supportive. This is what we need right now and what we expect from the coalition. Thank you very much. So meanwhile, apologies to everyone. I had been posting, spamming, but these are really just the key details about the 18 SDG engagement towards our coalition. So I had been posting some notes in the chat, and those are the links, and with some small explanation from my side and what you can do with it to register your organization, or to follow, or to just get more informed for some of our coalition members, or the ones who are online listening to us and would consider being part of the coalition. then they can refer to. I would like to now give the floor to our next speaker.
Is Veronica Chiaravalli?
Veronica, are you online?
Veronica, you're there? Maybe not. Let me check. Yes. She is on.
Hello?
Hello,
Hello?
Veronica. Yes.
Okay, hold on a second. Hello, sorry. Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I had missed my opportunity to speak about the other presentation. Okay, let's see here. I have it here.
Do you have your presentation or you want me to share?
I'm just opening it up here. Let's see, I'm going to click on present. Present is here. Can you see it now?
No.
Okay. Yeah, can you see the, hold on a second. Let's see, let's share. There, and now it's coming. Can you see it? Well,
Yes. Yes.
okay. So this is about the SDG 18. And I was at the meeting with the coalition and I got inspired by it. And when I heard the people speaking there, I really wanted to talk about the importance of doing something different with this SDG 18. So it's the digital bird must fly, a proposal for an agile, human-centric 18th SDG beyond the 2030 framework. Let's see. So the world has changed. The world of 2015 versus the world of 2026. See here. Let's move this little window. Let's see. Hold on a second. I have this little window that I want to move away, but it's in the way. Yeah, okay, 2015 framework, linear planning, industrial assumptions, and 15-year targets. And so what I want to say is that it's better if we do not include the SDG 18 in the 2030 agenda. Because if we include it in the 2030 agenda, by the time we get to 2030, we will understand that the world has changed. Many of the organizations that we have today might not be active. This is because of the disruption that is happening in the world. Trump is changing things. We have wars. We have a lot going on. We have changes in leadership. And so this is a world that is moving very fast. And I think it's a bad idea to put this bird, you know, this SCG in a cage. We need to be able to move faster and innovate. And so if we put it together in the Agenda 2030, by the time we get to 2030, it will be obsolete. The true nature of co-creation via outsourcing intelligence. So generative AI proves daily that machine can originate content. True evolutionary power emerges when we couple human intuition with machine exploration. And so, yes, we are still moving very fast. I noticed that prompt engineering was very important before. I thought it was going to be like a profession, super important, jobs are going to be opening. Now we see that even the AI can create the prompts for us, right? So, and then we can use a prompt in another AI and so on. And so now prompt engineering it has been disrupted. And now everybody has become a creator with these AI tools. And so the problem is, how do you sell services when everybody can do these images, videos, etc.? If everybody can do it, why are they going to buy it from you? And so we're going to moving into the AI agency, agentic AI and automation. Let's see. The 2029 intelligence inversion, the tipping point, the threshold where autonomous machines transition from passive tools-based calculators into active meaning generating peers. The lab's exodus as humanoid robots leave the labs to enter our homes and cislunar habitats. The bottleneck is no longer code generation, but systems architecture and HRI design. So it's the systems that we have to work on. The systems that were created for a world that doesn't exist any longer. Now, when systems don't work, when they are broken, it's a headache. It really is chaos. And so this is what we have to work on. The policy paradox, supersonic technology legacy maps. So bureaucracy relies on 5-year regulatory cycles that are instantly outdated. Attempting to shoehorn rapid technological shifts into the old Agenda 2030 framework creates an operational chokehold. The solution, the 18th SDG, must exist as a separate, agile, and adaptive protocol. This is the only way that we will be able to innovate, move fast, and have this flexibility. So when we do get to 2030, we have something that we can use that can help us grow exponentially. And this is how we have to think, exponentially. So the carbon footprint bias, a cage. Restriction via celestial expansion, the terrestrial bias, a systemic obsession with restricting human energy and digital activity on Earth under the guise of carbon metrics. This is a problem that we're seeing. If we do not learn to live together on Earth, we will not survive in the void of space, etc. And so we have to be very careful with this obsession, right? And so we need to have this contact with scientists and talk about this. And leaders really, really have to have these conversations. So when they create policies, it's based on facts. And we shouldn't hurry up too much with this. We should really think it through. Because the other thing that is very important is well-being, right? That these policies have to help us, live in a healthy environment, learn, and so on. So the 18th SDG Coalition Action Plan, decentralized agency. I think we have to decentralize it, distributing innovation, remote work, and communication sovereignty across borders, cognitive safety, protecting human mental processes and critical thinking from over-automated environments, adaptive software deploying, lightweight, self-updating protocols over slow, static political treaties. B2B secure enclaves, playground to enterprise, the sandbox, prototyping low-code concepts rapidly in open public sandboxes for immediate validation. Now, I was recently in a challenge, the AI ML challenge organized by Udacity and AWS, and I created an AI app and without code, using AI, and it's called, I don't remember right now the name, but it was very easy to do. And I was amazed at the results. And so this is something that we can do to move fast. and it's doable. And so the secure enclave transitioning private data, system prompts, and operational loops into encrypted enterprise-grade enclaves on Amazon Bedrock and AWSQ. The linguistic frontier and accent tolerance, diverse ecosystems, future space habitats will be multilingual, accent diverse environments. Standard voice models fail under stress, background noise, and varying accents. And the solution, designing advanced voice interfaces like XAI's Grok to actively embrace, purify, and support accent diverse inputs. The geopolitical horizon, navigating global uncertainty. By the time 2030 arrives, the geopolitical and technical landscapes will be unrecognizable. The 18th SDG must be portable, resilient, and non-coercive, creating a decentralized framework that organizations and nations choose to join because it helps us elevate our capabilities. Replacing the static map, navigating with a living map. Legacy systems navigate a supersonic world with a horse-drawn map. We must build a living, updating map that displays multiple routes to a variety of destinations, etc. So I'm hurrying up here. Closing and personal contact details. Well, here you have my details. You're welcome to contact me if you have any questions, you want to partner, collaborate. And please really think about this. I really don't think that the Agenda 2030 is modern. It needs work. We can definitely innovate a whole lot more. And after seeing the speeches at the SRI, this proves that we are capable of going beyond all this, and we can build something resilient, powerful, amazing, and we should definitely focus on it. Thank you very much. That's all. Hello, is anybody there?
Adriano, shall I continue?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so Veronica, thank you very much. This is well received. You're always the innovative one, looking for dynamic ways, different utilization of software tools, AI, and so on. So we appreciate your perspective that you bring to the conversation. And I was very happy to hear that also the 18th SDG coalition meeting inspired you. So I was happy to hear that as well. On this occasion, I would like to also repeat that call. So if you and your organization see space as part of humanity's sustainable future, we invite you to join the coalition. I have dropped some links in the chat, and you can look to the documents there. There are not so many links, but with the explanations, that it's a bit getting crowded there. So take a moment to look into whether during the meeting or after the meeting, and we will really appreciate collaborating with you. So for our next speaker, I would like to invite Amalie, and perhaps Adriana can put her slides if she has slides on this one on the screen. And meanwhile, Amalie, could you please unmute yourself and say hi?
Yeah, hi. Hello, Gülin. Hi.
Hi, Amalie. You have contributed with 2 papers to this conversation. We appreciate that. So please go ahead with both of them. The floor is...
I hope I'm not repeating myself. It's a bit difficult, and I've actually got 2 papers, one after the other, so I'll try and make sure not to be repetitious.
I would ask you, if you don't mind, Emily, to condensate in one only, in maybe 12 minutes instead of 20 minutes, your 2 papers.
I don't think I can consolidate them much. This one's written up. The other one, I'll try sort of skip through a bit, Adriana.
We have still 2 panels, one hour each, and we are already 45 minutes late, therefore, okay, do what you can. Thank you.
All right, I'll do what I can. Okay, can you go to the
Should I show your
18th SDG?
Okay, just a moment. I need to reach it. Oh. Sinclair. Okay, 18 SDG.
If you want, if you look,
Okay.
if you're in, I'm sorry, excuse me. If you're in a hurry to get to the next part of the program, we can postpone this, or I mean, I can do this some other time. It's not that important. And
Amalie, please go ahead with your speech, and meanwhile,
all
we
right.
are going to be able to put
All right,
the
I'll try
slides
to
on
be quick
screen.
as I can. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Can you put this slide up then, Adriano?
I'm going to share. No, sorry, I'm not sharing the right thing. Just a moment. Don't know why. Because my presentation is still open in the background? No.
No, I just saw it on the screen. It did go up, Adriano, for a minute. It's
Do you see
yes, there.
your presentation?
Yeah, I see it. I see
Okay.
it.
Then go
Okay.
ahead.
The rationale of space for all comprises a holistic, non-regulatory, design-oriented model. These prospects posit international collaboration around many themes. Important space usage purviews will include debris mitigation and removal, multi-use contingencies such as space-based solar power and beam-based communications, and the general availability of all nation consolidation. The ascendant space economy represents a new global economy which holds important potentials for scientific advancement and extensive scientific and educational dissemination. Civil society data bank usage in AI eventualities rapidly unfolds, creating a viable network for global interchange and problem-solving contingencies. Rather than static military eventualities such as stored silos and physical assets, a secure cyberspace becomes an objective state-of-the-art global resource. Cyberspace methodologies will become greatly enhanced due to quantum computational methodologies, which are very much facilitated by locating in space. They like high temperatures, low temperatures, are very extreme. Yeah, right. Anyway, perhaps evolving through international agreement to eventually reach the level of a CERN type infrastructure for crisis containment, global security, and planetary development. And by that, what I'm sort of saying is that these technologies are so profound in space that it's actually feasible that they could become something like a interactive CERN network, which is very huge and was very significant milestone. Right, so the key feature is that the 18th SDG includes not only downstream space technologies for terrestrial 17th SDGs, but the upstream technologies. This is NASCENT technologies under development for placement within cislunar infrastructures and the upcoming settlement programs, and they're very remarkable technologies, and quite a few online already, and it's all moving forwards. So this integrated rationale will uphold the internationalized programs moving in tangent with the government and commercial objectives. Extensive trade agreements amongst nations will then represent a new phase for free markets. So that's very possible. The consolidation of a rationale and purpose that can lead to the opening up of the global economy for space. All right. Next. Next slide. Sorry, Adriano. Oh, yes. Okay. The global dynamic for outer space is in flux. The perspectives are now subject to marketplace dynamics. Industries taking up significant roles as provider. The subsequent tensions represented by such a shift may be ascribed to the pursuit of competitive values, a push for marketplace domination, and similar factors. Complicating this picture is the fast emerging role of outer space for military agencies. Because warfighting contingencies are enabled by space utilities, several political and societal thematics can be considered as running closely in parallel. The complexity of the paradigm does not lend itself to authoritarian international oversight or regulatory impositions. Nations must be free to choose priorities and perspectives. Yet an open-ended, non-regulatory, design-based approach such as the 18th SDG may yield good results. Indeed, it may be the only way to ensure full global accessibility and interchange for space development in the face of impending national segregation and political devolution. Next slide. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, excuse me. A minute. I've got. All right, I'm not actually quite sure I'm reading here. I've really lost the thread. All right, okay. Let's talk about the design-based design. This is extremely significant. There's a low-cost layered modern information technology is the most extraordinary potential. It represents most extraordinary potential for the NUSA and the UN to actually bring space, space information, space assets, space resources, the agencies, the users, the entire, whatever it is, the entire paradigm, and to generate an accessible point through this remarkable layered modern information technology. Because it's design-based, the systems of a design are remarkable. They there's one layer leads to the next layer to the next layer, and it becomes an immense organism in its own right. And we've seen this happen time and time again. In the application, the UN application, what the organism becomes is not a Google or a whatever, one of these social media things. It's actually an immensely capable tool for an international dialogue and narrative. And I believe it would be immensely valuable because part of the problem is accessing information is a problem for many users, so therefore information is accessible. Also, subscribing information is probably a problem for users. So you have a subscription input-output basis. People can get the information they need, they can put in the information they need, and what is generated is a flow of usable information. I mean, it's just extraordinary. And that is actually the capacity of modern technology. If this is created, you have to be careful that creation of the structure doesn't create more problems. The layers have to be accurate and they have to be descriptive of the correct ethical objectives, and they have to be agreed upon. But I think that NUSA and the AI teams at the UN are very, very capable of achieving that. So NUSA has a very, that's just one suggestion of the potential for the 18th SDG structure, but there may be others. Okay, so the budget for space is extremely constrained. I mean, I believe they get something like 5 million a year or something idiotic. When you consider the trillions that are being put into AI, it's just not making any sense at all. plus the demand is rapidly increasing, but rapidly. Within 5 years, all nations will be actively soliciting for space services in multiple areas. The commerce is the sort of watershed. They will push ahead, but they need support from government and agency, and really basically from the UN. The UN has to take the lead in bringing the international space commerce to a mature level where it's not causing invasive influences on civil society. So, yeah, next slide. The partners in there would be very comprehensive. It's extraordinary to be doing this because the scope of the 18th SDG has become so huge. One feels it's almost revolutionary, but it's only huge because the agencies, the governments, the organisms, the providers, all of these entities are in themselves very large modules, and it's extremely. Could I just point out the consolidation of subscription from such a range of large international organisms doesn't mean that the organisms don't in themselves thereby their autonomy is reduced in some way, that the organisms still retain autonomy. It's just that they support
1 minute, please,
the interchange of
Amalie.
the narrative between them.
Amalie.
You want me to stop?
Next page.
Yeah, all right, okay. All right, educational academic entities are extremely important. Okay, have you got to the end of that? Yeah, right. So basically, that was how I see this unfolding. The ethical pillars, the expert findings, very much so, because that will establish the ethical basis of the SDG. Then the participation, the mechanisms for inclusion of statistics, descriptions, and then the outflows as well. There's another one, last one, I think it's last one, Adriano, the outflows, yeah. So coming out of that will be narratives from governments, agencies, and whatever. They will be interchanged because users will be continually relating to each other. There will be collaboration because people want to go together to do whatever is the next thing. It will be a very speedy process, generally available all the time, and extremely effective, low cost, and I think very much needed. So, okay, all right. The next one. Should I do the next talk?
Yeah, just a moment. I give you the
all right, okay.
Next presentation.
No, that's not it. Right, the expert working group.
Yeah.
Right. Can you go to the first slide then?
Sorry?
Is that the first slide? Oh,
yes.
The second one. Yeah.
That's the second, yeah.
All right. Oh my goodness. All right, so I'm actually going to read something from the notes that I prepared because it's important that people understand how a working group is set up. An expert working group on the 18th SDG can be established within the near term. Depending on accepted state sponsorship of the initial proposal, oh my goodness, sorry. This proposition would then be formally described through UNUSA, through an initial compilation. Basically, they lay out what the 18th SDG might look like, and an invitation to all state parties to contribute expert participants, the contribution being the expert participants, the terms of the study and the preparation of the necessary report. Subject to state sponsorship and permissions, the official agenda and schedule will include the various topics under consideration. ANUSA produces an agenda and a schedule. These can be subsumed into several key categories. For example, the attributes of the 18th SDGs in terms of facilitating Kupos fora for the terms ahead. The potentials for NUSA and UN departmental participation within 18th SDG parameters. Additional potential for states and international organizational participation. The construction of an 18th SDG design and orientation, commercial providers as a supporting partner. So basically that's brought together by the UNUSA invitation to the states contribute expert participants, the schedule agenda is laid out. Then an appropriate timeframe for the study is determined together with a concluding phase. Following evaluation and consensus of the final report and the agreement of the state delegations, the report is then forwarded to the UN General Assembly for consideration and the possibility of approval and eventual ratification. Okay, so the next slide, Adriano, please. It's quite quick. Notable expert working groups have covered significant issues such as the effective decolonization process within the early stages of UN development. More recently, several expert working groups have been established for the evaluation of key areas such as a regulatory framework for the extraction of lunar resources, a global framework for space situational awareness and traffic management, and the wholesale usage of AI technologies. This new generation of UN working groups is operating within a much shorter time frame, in part because of the rapid speed of technological progression. While early evaluations have taken up to 10 years to mature, recent AI findings and the subsequent report on AI usage were achieved in less than 3 years. Once established, an 18th SDG expert working group could reach a valid conclusion within a similar duration. Next slide. This organism might be considered as a succeeding entity of the 2030 Space Agenda. We can also include not only downstream and upstream technologies, but debris mitigation and removal techniques, living in space, lunar settlement programs, and non-proliferation aspects. An 18th SDG mandate would not implicate the discretionary powers of states for space operations. Neither would it seek to adopt particular or additional legal and regulatory eventualities which remain within the purview of Paris and OST compilations. In reality, the open-ended functionality of the 18th SDG would trend towards collaborative international venture, the progressions of space economy, and the themes of an excellent space diplomacy. So, and then so I will drop this and just come back and finish up quickly. I think we just did this expert group guidelines. Yes, what's the next slide, Adriano? Yeah, the methodology intersects. It's an ethical methodology that's primary. It's a technological methodology because the technological tools are profound and they can greatly facilitate the 18th SDG. It's humanistic because it's not a religious or political dimension. It's for humanism, for human development and betterment. And it's capable structure because it offers pathways for development, applications, it advances the sciences, it disseminates scientific information, and it poses the long-term potentials of a stable continuum under the Outer Space Treaty, when there is, in fact, this fragmented perception of what is going to happen in space. So-and-so is doing something, we have to do something else. which is very oppositional, and it's causing the delays. It slows everything down, and it's not really necessary because space technologies and non-physical obscurations and difficulties can be overcome through informational interchange. You don't need a lot of terrestrial infrastructure for security. All right, and then is there another slide? Yeah, non-alignment is absolutely essential. The 18th SDG has to be very much non-aligned, and I'm quite sure that would be ensured. It's also got to represent all the nations. So, it's not something that is going to reduce in any way the diversity or the expectations of any state. The states are responsible organisms, even though they political differentiations, and as we've seen, this fragile condition that can to descend into antagonism and warfare, and we've seen this happen. People are very disappointed that it's still possible and that it still happens. And but I really believe that nobody wants to see any more of this. We have to say, okay, that's an end of it. And the UN was set up in order to cause an end of this. It has to continue to cause the end of it. I think all states would agree with that, and they would accept the responsibilities that are involved. All that remains is to find a technique that can facilitate the pathways to peace, the alternative structures that can be used and negotiated and implemented in order to avoid this destructive destruction of the terrestrial environment. So the working group establishes an ethical basis, and the ethical basis provides a justification. And with the sympathy of the delegates, the consensus that the outline is non-invasive, is acceptable because it's useful to them, and the process should go forward. The question of smaller or larger is kind of interesting. You could sort of see the 18th SDG as an immensely large organism, or you could actually see it as a very small organism, because the technologies cover all the levels from the macro to the micro.
Sorry to intervene, Adriano, we can see your screen and your WhatsApp chat, which you might want to...
I'm sorry.
Sorry, that the information technologies remarkably can cover all levels from micro to macro, and so smaller or larger users will come in many types, very large users and very smaller users, and even the general public, that they can learn what's going on. There should be no real divisions. Information flows should really be accessible, I think. Although, of course,
Amalie, thank you very much for your remarks.
Yes,
so
thank
you have really studied this thoroughly, and we appreciate you presenting it to us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
The 18 SDG is only possible through our strong coalition. Therefore, I would like to repeat my call for expanding our coalition. And a very good way of doing that is by cross-promoting our initiatives. So since yesterday, we have seen that a lot of our members are also involved with other space organizations. And apparently, these days, we are the ones who are taking the 18 SDG forward. Therefore, we would like to invite you once again to join the 18 SDG coalition. And together we are stronger. And if we cross-promote, as I mentioned, our initiatives, which we are also very happy to do so, the initiatives of our collaborators, then we can take this to a front where this is seriously the way the conversation takes shape. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank once again to all the participants and to all to everybody online joining us for this session. Thank you. So next one, we are going to continue with the session chaired by Eligar, if I'm not wrong, on lunar astropolitics. So Eligar, I would like to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Gülin. Yeah, appreciate it. Yes, we'll move forward here. So I'm chairing this panel on lunar astropolitics. You know, I think particularly with the Artemis mission flyby and obviously the NASA-led Artemis program, which now involves over 60 countries worldwide, 60 states worldwide. I think the current count's at 62. Clearly there's the alternative counter program in some ways to that with the International Lunar Research Station program led by China and Russia and some of their partners. There clearly is a very strong focus, national focus on the cislunar domain. I mean, it has been with us in the past, but I think in the context of the new space race that's emerged and the importance of the cislunar domain across not just, you know, the space renaissance focus is mainly on the civil area, civil and commercial, but I think there's also a growing strategic importance in terms of military, national security, international security importance relative to the cislunar space. So when we're talking about cislunar space, this would be the entirety of the Earth-Moon system, and clearly involves access to all the orbital domains of Earth. We have the Lagrange points, the points of stability, orbital gravitational stability between the Earth and the Moon system as well, the L1 through L5 points. And it would include the lunar surface as well, right, and the importance of the lunar surface, resource utilization there, possibilities of water, being able to mine water there, and the importance of that, particularly in the Aitken Basin, the South Lunar Polar regions. So we'll discuss that today in our lunar astropolitics panel across military, civil, commercial aspects, looking at the importance of the cislunar domain across strategic, political, legal, and economic factors. Unfortunately, two folks dropped out last minute, but we still have with us today two panelists. And I'll introduce the panelists, and I think we'll just have each panelist open up with some of their comments, looking at, I think, the context of the cislunar domain in the context of the new space race that's going on between the West via China and Russia. So kind of the Artemis program via the International Lunar Research Station program, and what are some of the issues related to this space race in the context of what's going on in the cislunar domain. I recently attended the Space Symposium in Colorado Springs, which was one of the largest, the largest gathering right now of space folks, and a lot of this was discussed there as well, the issues related to the cislunar domain, cislunar space. So we have with us today Leonard David. I've known Leonard for many, many years. He's a longtime space journalist. He's kind of seen it all at this point. You know, as we get older, maybe we get wiser. He has a lot of experiences and insights to share. He's with space.com, a very well-known space journalist, author of many, many books. One of his more relevant books to the discussion today is a book called Moon Rush, The New Space Race. You can find out a lot more about Leonard on his website at leonarddavid.com. So Leonard, why don't we just start off with you? if you could give us just a few minutes, a few insights, maybe 4 or 5 minutes, and we can then hear from our second panelist, and I'll introduce them afterwards, and then we can have some interactive discussions and questions among the panelists and the larger group here. Well, go ahead, Leonard. The floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, great. I have no slides, but I'm getting old and crotchety, so I've got some points I'd like to share. And I think listening into the other speakers previously, you wonder, as a journalist, trying to be an objective journalist is becoming harder and harder because as you write for decades on and listening to a lot of experts and somewhat prima donnas in space and some, business people and visionaries and out of focus people, you do get a little cranky here, and I'm one of them now. And I'd say we've got some real issues here with the evolution of space warfare. I'm very concerned about how we transit between the political claptrap we have going on down here and then reflecting that same rigmarole in cislunar space and on the moon. And so my view is we're in trouble. And what strikes me the most is how few people seem to be caring about promoting the same kind of language and same kind of military power that we experienced on Earth, whether it's air, space, air and the desert and polar regions. And I see it being reflected already in a lot of the lingo, not only by the US and the Space Force, but certainly China and Russia. So we have some real issues here to grapple with. And frankly, in some cases, and I'm a little over the top here, but I think it's too late. We're going to see some real interesting dynamics between countries in cislunar space and who's doing what to who and should they be doing that. And I know there's some of the previous speakers that ballyhooed the UN. I'm not sure the UN is the regulatory or some kind of official voice on all this anymore. I think they've been politicized so much that it's becoming and correct me if I'm wrong, it just seems like it's a lot of buzzword diplomacy, and I don't see enough action with any teeth in it to curb what I see as a real problem in the next 10 years. It's happening now. It's been coming, and other than that, everything's going fine. So I think I'll be quiet and appreciate the next speaker on this one.
Yeah, but I think that you have a very good point, Leonard. So good to see you. But you have to realize that in UN, we have UN COPUOS that is for peaceful use of space, but you have other agencies which are linked with security and disarmament. So we have to be active also in those other areas, because at COPUOS, they say it's not among their brief to talk about a weapon in space, because it's another bodies of the UN. And we have tried to develop something across the initiative, which is Space for Peace. And I think a movement, Space for Peace, also respecting the term of Outer Space Treaty, which prevent militarization of space and weapon of mass destruction. So we have this approach, possibly from the public and the political. And you have another approach, which is more pragmatic, which is like, for instance, the International Telecommunication Union, ITU. They managed to get a system that works where the people that benefit from telecom are able to organize themselves, to attribute the different frequencies. So maybe a model where beneficiaries learn how to work together, to communicate about orbit, about risk of collision, but also respecting orbit and surface asset. That could be the model where we
Well, I
complement.
think Gary might remember early on in discussions about the peaceful uses of outer space versus the useful pieces of outer space.
Yes.
And the ITU is an interesting organization. And as I watch Starlink satellites go overnight, every night now, and the increasing traffic up there, and spectrum grabbing by countries countering other spectrum capabilities, I'm not sure the ITU is actually up to the snuff with what's going on today.
Okay, yes, that's true. There's such revolution in constellation. And it's true that is also the issue of the dark and quiet skies, that we have a number of organizations, NGO, that in parallel to UN are trying also to convey the message that we have to protect the dark and quiet sky in space as well.
Yeah,
One of the
it all
critical
sounds good
things,
on paper.
Yeah.
Gary, go ahead.
Relating to what both Leonard had said and Bernard had said in these regards, is there's a difference between a ministrivia and a call to action. If you can define a confluence of interests that draw one out, that people, the different entities involved, actually perceive that there's something that needs to be done that matters, you can get action in various bodies of the United Nations and in other forms of international cooperation. If you presuppose what constitutes the confluence of interests, you can very easily turn it into an exercise, if forgive the terminology, but it fits, verbal masturbation.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's why.
You're
That's true. That's why ITU is a good starting model, and it has worked in the past because the beneficiaries and the stakeholders really gather together to share this resource. But
There's a
now
clear
it's
alignment.
true.
Now, there is a twist with respect to the ITU, which they've recognized, which is increasingly the need to have commercial associates, which heretofore, basically, if you're talking about a discussion of low Earth orbit satellites, it isn't, nation delegations to the ITU are not irrelevant. Okay, but they're not the drivers.
Exactly. Yeah,
Okay, and the ITU has recognized that they've got a profound problem there. Okay, increasingly though, what we need, and the thing I dropped in the chat was a presentation. Literally, it's on the subject of a call to action or ministrivia. One of the neat things about the various instruments of the United Nations that can be used is that whether or not something is incorporated into documents or not, if it is something that becomes in a sense, a voice or a means of drawing out a consensus or a confluence of interests, it becomes powerful in its own right. Okay, it essentially represents a viral intervention in a process which I think the 18th SDG holds its its strongest power or superpower in those regards, in terms of the ability to go through and get through to different entities that there's something here that's of value that they need to be a part of.
Yeah.
Okay, the bad news
Let
there
me ask a
is,
quick follow-up question, Leonard. A quick
well, call to action, a lot of these things are, driven by, occurrences in space. You need wake-up calls, and we haven't had enough of them. And I don't know how many we're going to have in orbital debris striking each other, and we're into the Kessler effect and syndrome. And, it's a kind of a sad premise that, you have to have disaster. I mean, I'm still waiting for the space station to be hit, and we're going to lose a crew. And then everybody's going to go, oh my God, let's drag the rules out and regulations. Who's going to be to fault? Who's going to pay for this? Where are we going to go? And, it's those wake up calls. The alarm is ringing heavy on a bunch of issues.
Can I ask?
I agree.
One second.
Can
Let's pull it back. Let's pull it back to the cis-lunar domain because I really wanted to focus on that.
Okay.
To cis-lunar
Can I ask
space.
a quick question?
Is it
can I-
related to cis-lunar space or?
Yeah, absolutely. It's related to.
Let's try to keep it to questions, yeah, because otherwise.
Yeah, anyway, I just wanted to know what was your opinion about the Russia-China persistence that they want a treaty banning weapons in space. I remember, is this some kind of game? And the second part of the question is, do you think that Russia and China might actually unilaterally ratify such a treaty on their own behalf? And if they did, what would be the response from US side? Because they're not going to have anybody to fight. So, that was a question that I thought might be relevant, but if not, my apologies.
Well, if that's for me, I'm not sure I can answer. I mean, it's I think these treaties are interesting and they're a good framework for tomfoolery. There are too many open words. There are too many loopholes. And if they're not there yet, they will find them. And cislunar space is becoming, what is China doing up there? What is the Space Force doing? I keep an eye on the Air Force Research Laboratory. There's a bunch of things going on in classified circles that you can get a sense of just by reading press releases. And it's clear to me that they have found all kinds of maneuvering in quote unquote space law to, and I'm not talking Space Force US, I'm talking to all the countries. So it's a game. It's a game. And, I think humanity is going to be a loser in this game.
So you're quite cynical then. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
We
cynical.
will discuss next session too. We're going to be discussing space weapons. So let's we'll focus on that in the next session. But Leonard, as a just one quick follow up, because I think you highlight, I have the same kind of observation. Depending on the community that you're in. We were at the Space Symposium in Colorado Springs 2 months ago, and there all the rhetoric is Space Force, space dominance. Establishing the rules of the road, very much a space race environment. The Russians and Chinese were not there. But are you hopeful? Is there some sense of hope as well, given aspects like the Artemis Accords that align themselves primarily with the Outer Space Treaty and the principles therein? Are you hopeful that we can shift the needle more in that direction, more in the direction of discussions we're having here with Space Renaissance in the UN, regarding benefit sharing, space for all? Do you see some hope that it could play out in a way that's not necessarily tied purely to geopolitics and ideas of space dominance and space control rhetoric?
Well, I'm always hopeful, but again, I just see too many papers coming from different organizations that look at mass drivers on the moon. Okay, let's take that. Throwing material off the moon. This was a very interesting idea way back. Jerry O'Neill and the Princeton group and Space Studies Institute. Well, the first thing that somebody starts looking at, here's Elon Musk coming on with a catapult on the moon. Well, all of a sudden there's a paper about a week later. How do you militarize that? What is the useful possibility of some kind of weapon system being put on the moon? And we're back to where, this was talked about by the Air Force, Army, or the Army in particular back 50, a long time ago. So, yeah, I'm not answering your question because I have hope, but I think, again, if we don't have treaties that have some teeth in them and some enforcement capability, hope is going to, kind of be wispy. So no, I just don't know. I'm not there.
Yeah. No, I can understand. Yeah. Now, I always think, one thing that we don't always fully consider is how, if we're going to have non-formal approaches, right? Voluntary, I would call them voluntary approaches to governance versus a formalized legal model. How would functional incentives play into that? Because I think ultimately space power, space actors want freedom of action in the space environment. That's ultimately what they want. They want freedom of action. You see that from the Space Force. You see that from other entities that, even though they have rhetoric of space dominance, space control, they don't want a scenario of weapons in space. The physics are not kind to that. That undermines the use of everybody. So the question really becomes, can functional drivers drive an effective governance regime? We want to use resources on a lunar surface. So we have a functional driver of safety zones, not interfering with the other. We want to operate our activities. So can the functional aspects of trying to derive value-added benefits be a driver for peaceful cooperation, coexistence, maybe inadvertent, bottom-up regime building? Do you think that that's a plausible scenario?
Yeah, you put that list together. You put that together and let's push forward.
That's why I think that China and Russia will maybe declare that they're not, they're not making space weapons, they ban space weapons, leave America to its own devices, because a lot of nations will be on that particular side. Like, the global south, oh great, you're not building weapons, lovely, we'll come in with you. So there may not be any enemy to fight, and they may find that, their persistence in the high ground has acted against their interests, America, I mean. It's possible. Although I know that the high ground programs are very good for research and development, but they don't have to be contained in that particular types of ideology that have been brought forward just now. Sorry, there was just a comment. Yeah.
That's a good one. And, one thing that I'm kind of always interested in is the application of 9/11 on the moon. I mean, you're going to have, as more crews go, there will be accidents. And can we create some kind of 9/11 service between countries to help the other countries? So I think that's a hope for scenario that's probably going to play out. I mean, China could lose their first crew landing that, they're hoping to go before 2030. And, NASA is trying to get its act together. They just had a moon base meeting here yesterday. There was a lot more activity. There's contracts being let. Sounds like it's a real thing. But again, I think, we got to start worrying about how many people are going to go, collisions, between legal regimes that are being set up by China and the US and whoever else is going to go. So, yeah, I keep an eye on that 9/11 problem. I think that would be a good thing to start reaching across the oceans and to start coming up with ideas of how we save people that are stranded on the moon and had some accident.
No, thank you, Leonard. Yeah. No, I think, yeah, it's an interesting dichotomy, right, between these two contexts. I think of geopolitics and dominance and control and benefit sharing and peaceful coexistence and the UN principles and the Artemis Accords. Is an interesting dichotomy for sure. Let's hear from our other panelist, Alberto Cavallo. He's actually the co-founder of SRI, Space Renaissance International, expert in expert of energy industry, scholar of philosophy, a board member of SRI as well. Alberto, what are some of your thoughts on this? I know you had we had discussed before the panel. You're going to comment some on the geopolitics and the cislunar domain and what's going on here. So, what can you add to our discussion so far?
One thing, I would start from the point of rescue on the moon and in the general in space, because we have to consider a couple of things. The OST indicates that the nations should take care of the rescue also for the other nations, if I am not wrong. So this, of course, it doesn't set any kind of framework where to work to achieve this, but this is foreseen already in the OST, and I see it in the Artemis Accords. I don't see it in a global agreement that is envisaged now, because now we have the two different coalitions, the Chinese and the US. By the way, I had prepared something. It's not a presentation. I just wanted to share to show what are the indications from the narrations from China and from the US about these issues. So I'll share my screen if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I share the desktop. Okay, and I come here. I hope you can see it, because I try to increase this is the browser, because I'm using directly the websites of each organization. I'll just probably need to increase. Oof. Okay. Where is it? Okay. I'll increase because the font is very small in this. And this is, for instance, this is from the official site of the Chinese government, and it was issued in 2016, so it's not new. It's 10 years old, but it gives the principles that China declares to follow for a space policy. I think the most important points are the principles, of course. They say they consider independent innovation, implementing science and technology projects. It's clear here that they want to implement independently for each one, but in a coordinated way, because they say coordinated development, allocating resources and so on, and all space activities should be coordinated under an overall plan of the state from the China point of view, but they also consider international cooperation, because they say peaceful development and open development. So essentially, they declare to be very open, even if maybe they're not so much, but they declare a full openness from this point of view. Then this is a very, very short text, because the other parts are mostly about what they actually are doing in space. But they are putting some general principles of open development, coordinated. That means that I just wanted to say that the UN, for me, of course, the UN has no power. We know that if any country wants to violate what the UN, even when there are some decisions by the UN that they can be violated by the countries, but it is a place. It is a place to create general principles and a forum where to discuss everything. So it's the right place to raise all the issues, even if they cannot be solved against the will of the nation states, but at least to raise them. I wanted also then to shift to, no, not this, but first the Artemis Accords. Okay.
In this transition, I'd like to add what I think is an important point of that 4 years ago, China, together with the International Space Safety, International Association for Advancement of Space Safety, held a conference on trying to create agreements on safety for the moon. And it ended with a statement by Tommaso Segoba, who heads the IAAS, saying the principles are there in the space agreement as well as actually in the Moon agreement about safety, but they're all principles, and nothing will really work unless you can get engineering people together to get interoperable agreements and so on. But anyway, that was a one-time event. It was supposed to have a follow-on, but never did. But China did, together with the IAAS, tried to get a process started to get all of the systems to be interoperable and agreements on rescue and other aspects of how you actually do it. So I just thought I would add that event did take place.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Yes, this is the point. They tried to, and we can see if we read the text of the Artemis Accords, we see that these points are here. Again, it's generic, but we hopefully within the Artemis Accords they will be pursued in interoperability and emergency assistance, because you cannot have emergency assistance if you don't have interoperability. For instance, if your docking systems are incompatible, how can you easily rescue astronauts from another space entity, another nation? The Artemis Accords are essentially along the lines of all general accords, so they are very very generic. They include everything, but they are not adding so much. But what worries me is that they seem to be closing all these right principles within the nations that are inside the accords, and excluding the others. But the problem is that we also have this. This is the document of last December. This is an executive order of the President of the United States. And this is about space superiority. This is an official declaration by the US that the US wants to be superior to everybody and to be the leader, and the others essentially must do what the US wants. And this is an official document. This way of putting things is, in my opinion, shows a real danger against a good cooperation, international cooperation in space. Because if the US wants superiority, it declares to want superiority, this is worrisome. I wanted to essentially to point out this point. So we have a Chinese narration, we have an American friendly face from the point of view of Artemis Accords, and we have an American worrying attitude from the point of view of the current government of the United States. These were the first points I wanted to highlight for this discussion.
Thank you, Alberto. Yeah, no, I think it highlights some of the contradictory elements we were discussing earlier. I think you have to keep in mind as well that because I've engaged with this quite a bit, and I've even engaged in a dialogue project when I was working at the U.S. Air Force Academy with China on space matters. You have the same rhetoric coming out of China. If you begin to look at what they're saying in Mandarin Chinese, and you look at their white papers and their statements, and I've worked with analysts who analyze that. It's the same kind of rhetoric. So it's the same kind of statement on space superiority and the desire for space dominance within the context of Chinese understanding of geopolitics and their civilization. But we have to understand there's a dynamic of a space race going on here. How do you think? I can ask you a similar question that I asked to Leonard, and Leonard, you could comment as well. How do you think these two, they're almost opposing, right? Opposing dynamics will play out. I think the U.S. interest, though, in space superiority, I think to clarify it, it's not about a desire for conflict in space or weaponization in space. I don't think it is. I work with Space Force folks all the time. I was at the Air Force. I teach Space Force folks. It's more it's more of a desire to make sure that the U.S. can maintain and do what it wants in the space environment, minus a weaponization, minus fighting wars in space. It wants the freedom of action. I think other space powers desire that as well. So how do you think this is going to play out? I mean, these are two opposing elements, right? Space dominance, superiority, possibilities of more aggressive militarization, maybe weaponization, although it's in no one's interest, versus, the benefit sharing, the Artemis Accords, the peaceful coexistence. Again, we can go back to that question. What are your thoughts on that? How's this going to play out in the space domain, in the cislunar domain?
From a certain point of view, it's also positive that we have a race and a competition, because competition is not bad if it remains at the level of peaceful competition.
Like an Olympic competition, Olympic
Yes.
Games.
If it is peaceful competition, it's a good thing. We are always in the danger that competition passes the threshold and becomes hostile competition. This is the point. It never happened during the Cold War, because after all, the United States and the USSR never had a real conflict concerning space. They raced against each other, but they never had conflict in space. Hopefully it will not happen now, but this is a point where I think there is a lot to be done. Fostering dialogue from our point of view, non-governmental organizations is keep the dialogue open as much as possible and talk with each other. And for instance, the UN, in my opinion, the UN is the only place now we have. Even if the UN is, of course, not in a good shape now, but I think we need the dialogue at that level to bring it there and to move things I'm also convinced that the military from both sides, even if they have internal documents, the American ones are also published that may sound hostile, but this is the part of the military. It's their job. But I don't think that they want real hostilities and real weaponization of space.
We are a bit addressing the topic of the next panel, so I think that
yes, I'm mixing with the topic of the next panel.
Yeah, the ban on space weapons, but it's true. Defense military is a very large part of astropolitics now. So I wonder.
Werner, did you want to add anything to the discussion?
Well, I think I think it's great to be talking in a big picture, but I think, when you look at what's going on day to day in space, we seem to be in a new era of poking the system of the other country. Laser blinding is happening. We had GPS satellite signals that are being interfered with. So I think all these nations are, they can write all these documents and how wonderful and peaceful uses of outer space, but at the same time, I think there's definitely some trial runs at how do you interfere with the other country's capabilities. And this is not just military systems, but this is SpaceX and the Starlink system that is being used as almost a test case of, can we interfere with that if they're helping a country I don't like? So I think, again, big picture, I think it's great to strive for these political pieces of paper. But I think we're seeing actions in space that are clouding the potential of peaceful uses of outer space. So, yeah, I'm still not happy with that situation. Not a happy capper here.
Yeah.
Well, I think overall, some of the intent is the first the first to be there, right? The first to gain some element of control of cislunar space. I guess that would imply a lunar-based activity is going to be in a better position to establish the rules of the road, right? Establish the codes of conduct, things of that nature. You know, the governance models that will emerge.
Well, the other thing that's happening on the moon, just to butt in here, I mean, you know, everybody's all driving forward on water on the moon. Okay. You know, there are craters there that definitely have some kind of material we can use. There are going to be spots on the moon that are going to be better to utilize than other places. And that sets up some kind of perimeters. I've already started hearing on the US side perimeters, that term. And so you know, we're in a real science finding capability right now about the moon. We've got China's going to launch their Chang'e
7 and 8. Yes.
Yeah, it's coming, and it's going to launch in August, September, I guess.
Mhm.
And that's specifically trying to find out water, and certainly the U.S. has got big plans about talking about the same kind of scenario. So anyway, we don't know enough about the moon yet, but they're already thinking about carving it up some way. When we start talking about perimeters, I had a space law woman the other day argue with me about that one. I mean, is that a good term to use? Perimeters. I don't know.
Yeah, you are
But,
right.
also with COSPA and with IAU and Moon Village, we have started an initiative at the UN to define site of scientific interest that we have to preserve also. We have to respect, not to pollute, to obtain more knowledge that will be feeding forward future exploration. So also the science and knowledge is the stakeholder that we have to preserve. And we have also some vision of some planetary protection, even categories in some areas with ice, and eventually specializing some areas for resource extraction and other where there will be humans and other where we should try to leave the moon in its native conditions so that you could study it.
Yes, I would also add, for instance, if we talk about lunar ice, essentially extracting water on the moon, I think this is maybe may become troublesome because I don't think that we don't have the evidence that there is a lot of ice on the moon and
no, we have some estimate. I wrote a paper. I estimate there is 1 billion ton based on some measurements we have done. On the top 2 meters, there are some energetic neutral atoms. So you could have 1 billion ton. First, they are in permanently shadowed region, a bit outside, and you don't want to exhaust it all, of course. Huh?
Yeah,
we have
the
to
point.
recycle and maybe harvesting one part in 1,000 could help to bootstrap some activities. And if you recycle it in a moon base, you don't need so much because you will recycle it. But there is, for instance, the market of making fuel out of the hydrogen that is there, because the oxygen, you can use the rocks to extract the oxygen for rocket fuel. But we have to be sustainable.
Yes, that is exactly the point I was thinking of, because there is plenty of oxygen on the moon, but not hydrogen. So hydrogen
There's
is
also
only
solar
water.
wind hydrogen.
Yes, but some. But so the problem is, if we start if we start making fuel out of that, I don't think it's a good use. That is my
But fuel from the moon
yes.
is 50 times more efficient than fuel from Earth. You
Yes,
have to think.
but
and so even, for instance, you could have a system that go and rendezvous some satellite around the Earth and could extend the lifetime of some telecom satellite. And you could have a market of billions and billions there.
Yes, but if we start using the lunar ice for making fuel, I don't know if it is if it
Maybe
is
not the ice, but maybe
sustainable.
a mixture of oxygen from the rock and hydrogen from the solar wind that you could preserved, and then let the ice a bit where it is. Yes.
Yes, of course, yes.
Now, Gary, let's have
One of the
final,
interesting questions is
Go ahead,
with
Gary.
respect to ice that has not been clearly not been resolved is that there are multiple satellites that have detected hydroxyl ions,
Yes.
even full sun at middle latitudes.
Yeah.
Okay, so there are, at least 4 different mechanisms that have been proposed by various scientists for this. We do not know the answer of
it's true that
where that's coming from.
you have the exosphere is breathing and it's following the illumination cycle. So that's one process, solar wind. Some of this is injected in the soil. What we are interested as scientists, if ice that comes from impact from comet and asteroid, because that would be a beautiful to be able to make a core in this ice, and you could have sample of 100 comets. This would be a beautiful holy grail for scientists.
Or that there's deeply submerged ice.
Yeah, and also it's covered by dust after impact. You have also gardening due to dust. So we need to have some precursor mission for science and prospection,
There's
also to study that.
a tremendous amount of science in terms of ground truth.
Yeah,
we need to have, and if we're intelligent in terms of how we describe this work, we are far better off than following, 2 grand of a hype cycle. Okay, but there's something there. Okay, that we can make creative use to and for, and we just have to go through and get the freaking science done to understand it.
I'd like to
and
back
that
to-
sounds that is useful for the next step, and so we can have a good alliance between the business and the scientist to really get the facts right and have the knowledge gaps covered.
I think Bernard. Go ahead, Joseph.
About perimeters. I think it's really insightful to look at the Artemis Accord to see what is not already in the Outer Space Treaty. And there really are 3 things. One is preservation of historic sites. The other one is the idea of well, let me go to the third critical point of it, is that they mentioned safety zones, and there's nothing about safety zones in the Outer Space Treaty, which is another way of saying perimeters.
Yeah.
And that clearly some thought was given to this by Scott Pace when he was drafting this up under instructions, I'm sure, from the White House. But there are a few other elements that are in the Artemis Accord that aren't in the Outer Space Treaty, because most of them are essentially derived from UN documents in the first place. So anyway.
Well, thank you for those insights, Bernard and Joseph and Gary. And I think it's indicative of how some of these functional, I would call these a group of functional drivers, right? Site of interest for scientific investigation. That's about planetary protection, safety zones, non-interference. These are incentives that maybe we can, from that, create a governance regime that's more effective. But let's wrap up the panel here. Any final, in maybe a minute or so, some final thoughts from Leonard and Alberto. Leonard, just some final thoughts for us to walk away from the panel today.
We have a lot of work to do. We get the science done. I think we're going to find the moon will surprise us in a lot of ways. We didn't mention helium-3. We didn't mention other materials that are there that could be rare earth elements. So we got some work to do. But I agree. I think getting the science done early and having countries share the data as we did with the IGY. I think that's what we need for the moon now, some lunar IGY that all countries can
or lunar decade.
Huh?
We asked for a lunar decade, international
Yeah.
lunar
I
decade.
know, yeah. Yeah. Well, I hope
Hey,
that goes
so
forward.
Leonard, maybe that's a confluence of interest that we can draw out.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
But before, sorry, before
Alberto.
wrapping out and closing the things, I just want to add another thing of concern. According to Frank White and with his overview effect, and also according to our dear history of Apollo-Soyuz meeting and the collaboration in space, we can think that it would be very difficult that a human accept an order to shut another human in space. We could hope that some kind of humanistic feeling will forbid to do that, and that the human collaboration in space will continue even if some bad orders could come from Earth. But the concerning thing is that robots don't feel the overview effects. So they can be ordered to shut. Is this another thing to be considered, or to be considered? That maybe we should make a Don Quixote struggle, but we are used to that. We are Space Renaissance. We are used to that. To add Asimov 3 laws to any artificial intelligence on Earth and in space. Everybody knows about the Isakov three laws, correct?
There's actually an implementable basis. The three laws as written and the fourth as was added, on a collaborative basis, are not implementable as written. But the notion of orchestrating symbiosis, creating a framework for shared control between and amongst humans, robots, and advanced autonoma is something we can absolutely do. I'm actually writing another thesis right in the middle of it right now, addressing just such a framework for doing that. So absolutely, there is something that can be done. And arguably, if what you're trying to do is maximize the probability of not just global survival, but us thriving as a species, we've got to do it, or we're dead.
Yeah.
Some good insights there. I think with the rise of AI and autonomous systems, yeah. Alberto, why don't you some final thoughts, and I think we can wrap up the panel.
Yeah, no, my final thoughts are essentially that just summarizing what I already said, that I hope that this race for the moon ends up with more science, first of all, because we need, as Gary and Bernard said, because we need more science to more prospection to find what resources are available on the moon for real and what we can do to manage them. And maybe this race could end in something positive if we. But it is something that we cannot do much about that. But we can do it as much as possible in the proper forums. That is mostly the UN, to avoid that something bad happens. That turning this peaceful competition into a hostile competition. That is the main point.
Well, thank you all. Yeah, appreciate Leonard and Alberto being here and participating and sharing your insights and thoughts. And thank you to the others who participated. I think it was an insightful session, and we'll move on. Back to you, Adriano.
Okay, so let's go to the next panel. It is a ban on space weapons, and the chair is to Gülin, I think.
I am here looking forward to chair this interesting panel, which is a ban on space weapons that follows up right from the heart of the discussion we were having in our previous panel. So with this panel, we will try to address one of the most urgent questions facing the future of outer space activities. This is all about if humanity can preserve outer space as a domain for peaceful, cooperative, and civilian development, or else conflict logic would become normalized beyond Earth as well. This is what we don't want to see. Therefore, our discussion will focus on the key questions of banning space weapons and how we could possibly do that. So it will explore the challenges of this dual use ambiguity, first and foremost, and also we're going to look into the existing legal gaps that were already being on several locations throughout the previous panels, and strategic escalation if it occurs and what it leads to, and debris generating actions and the vulnerability of space infrastructure on which our societies increasingly depend. So with this panel, we bring together amazing people from legal, astropolitical, space security, treaty interpretation, and legal, and also space renaissance perspectives, with an additional keynote from Doreen. And perhaps we can give the floor first to Doreen's keynote. Or if Eligar, you are on a time constraint, let me know, because I saw you were writing in the chat. We can open up with your intervention as well, as you wish.
I can follow the keynote. Yeah, I can go next.
Okay, great. So Adriano, do you have the file to share, or should I try it on my end?
No, I don't have it.
You have it in an email, but I'll try to share the file. If it doesn't work, then I will need to ask you for this.
In an email from you?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so let me check.
Meanwhile, I'm going to try.
Okay, Doreen's speech.
Yeah.
It's an MP4.
And so while you are at it, maybe just to quick
Okay, I have it.
Perfect.
I can share it. Okay.
Perfect. Just a quick introduction to Doreen. Doreen is a prominent figure when it comes to space, because he had been the first and the only Romanian cosmonaut. He's a veteran of the Soyuz 14 mission, and he's a leading diplomat who has chaired also UN Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, and also he is the godfather of ATLAC. So his contributions to space are immense, and also at politically difficult times as well. So when we look into what Frank White was also informing us about the first day on the overview effect, this is someone who had been there, done that, experienced it firsthand, and let's hear his speech, what he's got to say. I asked him the question from an astronaut's perspective, why should outer space be protected? And this is what we will hear from him now.
Okay, may I go?
Please.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear Dr. Gülin Dede, thank you for inviting me to contribute to this important discussion on one of the most serious questions of our time: whether humanity will carry cooperation into outer space or whether we'll export conflict beyond Earth. I speak today not primarily as a lawyer, strategist, or engineer, although I have worked for many years with space institutions, diplomacy, and international cooperation. I speak first of all as someone who has seen our planet from orbit. In May 1981, I flew aboard Soyuz 40 to the Salyut 6 orbital station. From that altitude, the Earth is not divided by borders. One sees continents, oceans, clouds, deserts, mountains, sunrise and sunset every 90 minutes. One sees the thin atmosphere, the fragile blue layer that protects all life known to us. One also understands very directly that the Earth is not large and it's exhaustible. It is a finite home. That experience changes the way one thinks about security. From space, security is not only military security. It is human security, it is environmental security, it is civilizational security. It is the continuity of the systems that allow modern society to function. Communications, navigation, meteorology, disaster response, agriculture, banking, transportation, climate monitoring, scientific research, and early warning. Today, space infrastructure is not something abstract above our heads. It is part of daily life on Earth. If satellites are disrupted, damaged, or destroyed, the effects are not limited to armies or governments. They reach hospitals, aircrafts, ships, emergency services, farmers, scientists, and ordinary citizens. This is why the weaponization of outer space is not just a strategic issue. It is a human issue. Outer space should be protected as a human environment because it has become an extension of human civilization. We already live scientifically and technologically in a space-enabled world. Our civilization has expanded into orbit, not with cities yet, but with instruments, stations, satellites, probes, and human presence. To turn that environment into the battlefield would endanger not only adversaries, but everyone. There is also a specific physical reality of space that we must take very seriously. On Earth, destruction is often local, even when it is terrible. In orbit, destruction can become persistent. Debris does not simply fall away. Fragments can remain in orbit for years, decades, sometimes longer, moving at extremely high velocities. One violent act in space can create thousands of dangerous objects and threaten satellites belonging to many nations, including those not involved in any conflict. In this sense, space weapons are not only weapons against a target. They can become weapons against the orbital environment itself. And once we damage that environment, we may not be able to repair it quickly. We risk creating zones of orbit that become more dangerous, more expensive, or even unusable. That would be a loss for all humanity, including future generations who have not participated in our political disputes. Astronauts understand this vulnerability in a very personal way. A spacecraft is a closed system. A space station is a human environment built on trust, disciplines, and cooperation. Inside it, survival depends on the integrity of the vehicle, the reliability of technology, and the competence of people on the ground and in orbit. There is no room for reckless behavior. This lesson applies to space governance as well. Outer space is not an empty arena where geopolitical competition can be extended without consequences. It is a delicate operational environment. It requires predictability, transparency, communication, and restraint. Of course, we cannot be naive. Space has always had security dimensions. Many technologies are dual use. A satellite that observes the Earth can support agriculture, disaster management, climate science, or military intelligence. A rendezvous capability can serve a satellite, remove debris, inspect an object, or potentially interfere with another spacecraft. The problem is not only the technology itself, but the intention, the doctrine, the lack of trust, and the absence of clear rules. This is why dual-use ambiguity is so dangerous. It creates suspicion. Suspicion creates countermeasures. Countermeasures create escalation. Escalation can normalize the idea that space is another battlefield. And once that logic becomes embedded in planning, budgets, doctrines, infrastructure, it becomes much harder to reverse. From an astronaut's perspective, the first principle should be clear. Outer space must remain a domain for peaceful use and peaceful cooperation. This does not mean that states will have no security interest in space. They do, and they will. But it does mean that the international community must prevent the placement, testing, and use of weapons that would make space unstable, unsafe, and hostile to civil development. We need a combination of legal, political, technical, and ethical safeguards. A legal ban on space weapons it's important, but law alone it's not enough if terms are unclear, verification is weak, or political trust is absent. Norms of responsible behavior are also necessary, especially regarding debris generating actions, close approaches, interference with satellites, cyber vulnerabilities, and threats against space infrastructure. Transparency and confidence-building measures are essential. So are space situational awareness and space traffic management, because one cannot govern what one cannot observe and understand. But beyond legal and technical measures, we also need a civilizational principle. Humanity must decide that outer space is not simply a new strategic high ground, but a shared domain where our long-term future is being prepared. The Moon, Mars, asteroids, orbital stations, and future settlements in space should not begin their history under the shadow of weaponization. If we want human expansion into space to be sustainable, it must begin with responsibility. I had the privilege to fly in space during the Cold War as part of the Intercosmos program. Even then, despite ideological divisions on Earth, space cooperation existed. Later, we saw even deeper cooperation through programs such as Apollo-Soyuz, Shuttle Mir, and the International Space Station. These examples prove that space can serve as a bridge when Earth politics are difficult. The lesson must not be lost. We are now entering a new era. Renewed lunar exploration, commercial space stations, private companies, planetary defense missions, mega constellations, and growing interest in cislunar space. This future will not be protected automatically. It will require decisions taken now. If humanity waits until weapons in space become normal, until debris-generating attacks become part of military doctrine, until commercial and civilian satellites are routinely treated as targets, then we will have failed to govern in time. The ban on space weapons should therefore not be seen as an idealistic slogan. It should be seen as practical necessity for the survival of a spacefaring civilization. From orbit, one understands that Earth is one system. From policy, we must understand that outer space is also one system. No country can fully protect its own satellites if the orbital environment is made unsafe for all. No nation can claim long-term security by creating permanent insecurity above the planet. So, my message is simple. Let us not take the conflicts of Earth and give them a permanent orbit. Let us not transform the environment that reveals our unity into an arena of division. Let us protect outer space as a human environment, as a domain of peaceful cooperation, and as the next chapter of civilization. Because in the end, the question is not only whether we can ban weapons in space. The deeper question is whether humanity is mature enough to expand beyond Earth without carrying its most dangerous habits with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriano, for putting this amazing video on screen for us. For me, while preparing for this panel, it was...
We are also honored and proud to say that Dorin Prunario is our honorary member. of SRI from 2018.
Amazing. Also, you are both villagers of Ascardia, right? So Dorin being one of the very first, as I recall. So,
Yeah, but I was at his anniversary of his 45th flight that he organized in Romania and with some 15 astronauts. And clearly, it's good that his words carry a lot of weight, but I think also they are very well thought. And I think that we should really also expand his message among our community because he has really put very strong arguments to find that on this ban of weapon in space. So I think we should really reuse and also invite him again for some future events.
yeah, definitely. His perspective is very interesting in a sense, being a cosmonaut, and also the nuances that he makes at a time where it was seemingly very conflicted. But they have had the possibility to find peace in the exploration of space. So that is the value I cherish. And also one of his remarks, there is no room for reckless behavior in space. So if we put our concentration on perfecting our engineering and capacity, then I think this is going to help eliminate this danger of suspicion, which he also highlighted. That's very key for us to look into. Suspicion is just in our heads. It's not in reality. So replace this with trust and carry on his message going forward. And now we have an amazing lineup of other speakers. And I would like to give the floor next to Eligar. So Eligar, the question is now, how should we understand space weapons and this whole dual use dilemma given today's astropolitical environment, and what escalation risks might arise from them? Could you inform us on these?
Thank you. I appreciate the invite to this important session. It was good to hear on the keynote. Yeah, I just want to make a few comments on starting with, how should we understand the whole issue of space weapons. Probably many of you are familiar, but just to give some context, since the rise of the space age in 1957, we're nearing, I guess, 70 years on that, with the launch of Sputnik, there's been an understanding that the militarization of space is acceptable. And I think we need to distinguish in the terminology here between militarization and weaponization. They don't mean the same thing. The militarization of space has been allowed, has been sanctioned even by the Outer Space Treaty regime. And generally the widely adopted interpretation on the peaceful uses of outer space allows for the passive, or I would say non-offensive, I wouldn't call them passive per se. I mean, they're passive in some of their technologies, but not exclusively passive. But they're non-offensive, militarized capabilities in orbital space, right? We have platforms up there, etc. There has been the development of space weapons. There hasn't been, in any ongoing way active deployment of systems. There have been tests of space weapon systems by the US, by Russia, by China, by India. There's developments in some other countries going on. But it's mainly been a hedging strategy, an idea of a bomb in the basement, some people termed it strategy, where should we need to use one, we want to be able to project that we have that capability. You have to keep in mind, though, that with the rise of the ballistic missile age, any ballistic missile system, particularly an intercontinental ballistic missile system, is a space weapon. If you change the trajectory, it becomes a space weapon. So we do have to keep that in mind. Having talked about that context there, I think as well there's a widely understood understanding that there's not a strong social construct, and what I mean by social here, social, political, socio-economic construct allowing for the manifestation of space weaponization, right? there is a social construct on that militarization of space is within the larger understanding of peaceful uses, but not weaponization. So I think that's important. You know, I've dealt partly in my career with a lot of military folks, and I deal with military folks throughout the world. I even teach courses on space operations to military folks. I just taught a course recently to Canadian space officers. I dealt with folks looking at military space systems in other countries in addition to the US. And I think there's a pretty strong consensus on this. Now, it doesn't mean that there's not dangers of moving in that direction, right? Escalation risks certainly exist. There are triggers. But again, I want to go back to what I said in my earlier session. I think the primary, if you were to ask me, is there a paramount interest to maintain in regard to our activities in space? And I think the paramount interest among all space actors, particularly all the space powers, is again going back to the idea of freedom of action. Freedom of action, freedom of use, and you could add to that freedom of also maneuverability in the space domain, orbital domain, cislunar space, etc. And the physics of space are not the same as the physics on Earth, right? We all know that. The active use and deployment of space weapon systems, particularly kinetic systems, would undermine the deployers more than anybody else. You know, given the dispersion characteristics in a microgravity environment, the Kessler syndrome, etc., the debris aspects that are all the fallout of any kinetic use. You know, I think there's a middle ground of escalation that we're beginning to see that was mentioned with interference in a more active way on a non-kinetic basis, you know, such as laser blinding, jamming of electromagnetic signals, you know, and I think there's some attention being paid to that, but I think there's an understanding as well in my discussions that I've had with leadership in the military sector, particularly on the US side, that these kind of escalation issues are there to be managed. We have a cyber command in the US that manages that, for example, with electromagnetic interference. These are not escalation triggers that would necessarily trigger a justification for taking out a space asset, engaging in some kind of terrestrial conflict over an interference escalation event that occurs. Lastly, I wanted to leave you with an interesting paper that I did publish a number of years ago by an author in my journal, Astropolitcs, and he looked at the weaponization debate, right, the whole space weaponization issue, and he really broke it down among 6 distinct camps or policy perspectives on space weaponization. And I think we need to understand these camps because very often we're in one camp, like the group here today and this whole panel and SRI and some aspects of UN Copious and the whole aspect of benefit sharing and peaceful uses and the governance we've discussed really tend to fall in a certain camp. You know, one of the camps is idealist, you know, and this panel itself falls into that camp that opposes all use of space weapons regardless, right? There's just an opposition. The idea is that space should be a special place, it's a sanctuary, it should be a domain for peaceful uses, benefit sharing, peaceful cooperation. And I think on the other end of that, you know, there are other perspectives here, like a nationalist one that I kind of mentioned, a dominant nationalist one is freedom of action. And that prevents, at least I think, right now, an active deployment of kinetic type space weapons. There's an internationalist outlook, being that any deployment or development of space weapons would undermine geopolitical stability, right? Would undermine you know, terrestrial stability. So there is that aspect of it as well that plays into this, and I think we see some of that in regard to the new space race, the PPWT, you know, the attempt to put into place a treaty on the prevention of an arms race in outer space put forward by China and Russia, opposed opposed by the US for various reasons. And then I think we can look at camps that are pro-weaponization, although I don't think the construct has moved there quite as of yet, but are those that fall within the camp of what we're seeing coming out of, like the recent announcements in the US political leadership that Alberto shared with us of space superiority, right? It's a race to the domain, control, dominance, hegemony. One of the fathers of Astropolitcs that I have kind of followed on with was Everett Dolman, who wrote a landmark book about 30 years ago called Astropolitcs, Hegemonist Perspective, the idea that the US needs to be the hegemon, although he argued for a benign hegemon in the space environment. And these could all promote, depending on what camp you're at and who you're talking to, there are a range of escalation risks, which is one of the things I was tasked to talk about, on this spectrum of militarization to space weaponization. So those are just some of the thoughts I wanted to leave the folks with, and hopefully that provides a good start to some to the panel and what others want to share.
Thank you very much, Eligar. It gives me the thinking. We have this humanistic heroism, and if the military folks could channel this energy towards planetary defense and take away the suspicion out of the picture and prepare for something else that might really be an existential threat to humanity, do you give it chances to still experiment on technology in a way that is more heroically enabled, or what do you think?
Well, that aspect does exist. There is a planetary defense efforts among NASA and the U.S. Space Force as examples in that context. I think a lot of it is it's good to advocate for the things we're advocating for, right? A ban on weapons, peaceful uses, the sanctuary perspective, but we need a dose of reality at the same time. Will space be any different than our geopolitics on Earth? Are we just going to, the likely outcome is we're just going to extend geopolitics. So the task at hand then is, how do we move geopolitics on Earth into models of benefit sharing, collective defense models? Those do exist regionally. We have NATO, we have regional cooperative endeavors. The possibilities do exist. What comes to my mind is look at what happened in Europe the first half of the 20th century and how Europe has changed dramatically. 2 world wars that started in Europe, and now we have the EU, and despite the critics, the European Union, the European community, the common market, the common borders, is a transformation in regional thinking and cooperative thinking, right? It's transformative, and I think we need to do our work here, because the likely outcome is we're just going to extend the geopolitics. So I think there is that possibility, but I think we need to work on collective concepts, common concepts of security, rules of the road, codes of conduct, TCBMs, transparency and confidence building measures. I mentioned in the earlier panel how we can look at functional drivers, right? We have an interest. Well, to achieve that interest, the freedom of action, preserving sites on the moon for scientific, investigation, perimeter, safety zones, non-interference. We want to accomplish what we want to accomplish in the space arena. All that requires a great deal of cooperation, and we have to develop best practices around that. So I think that is maybe a way to do it from the bottom up, right? Instead of trying to think of a top-down model, which is so daunting, we just have these practical interests, and that can become the foundation for a governance regime that hopefully is more peaceful, more common, more beneficial to all of humanity. So I think the opportunity is there, but I think we need that dialogue. The last point I want to leave is that we need the dialogue across all those camps. We're not talking to the nationalist camps here. We're not talking to the space racers here in this group. We're talking largely to one camp. You know, we're in the idealist internationalist camp here. And I think we need more dialogue that was mentioned earlier across the different groups of folks to bridge these different perspectives in ways that are beneficial to all of us.
Thank you very much, Eligar. Really, your perspective on these camps that really expands our thoughts on this one. And the way we are going to see this topic is certainly shifting from before this panel towards after this panel. So thank you very much. I greatly appreciate your intervention. Now I would like to give floor to our next speaker. Dennis, are you online?
I am online.
Great. So are you able to put your presentation, or shall I try to give
I'm
it a
going to
go?
try it from my end. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. First off, I have just posted, if I hit the send button, I've just posted in the chat links to all of the documents and organizations that I'm going to be talking about here. And now I'm going to hit the old share screen button.
So
and,
while you are at it, I can tell everyone what I was asking Dennis about. So the question was, since Dennis has this law expertise, existing international legal frameworks already provide us something, bits and pieces here and there. So where are the most important gaps that we need to step up and try to fill in the right way? Dennis, looking forward to your on this one.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. I thought
It should say Outer Space Treaty.
Let me try to share it from my side.
Thank you very much. I'll try again from here. I'm hitting share, and now I'm hitting that.
Okay.
All righty. If you can do full screen, fine. If not, I'll do it with what you have. Thank you very much, Gülin.
Sure.
Okay. Whoa. Back to the top there, just a little bit. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. The Outer Space Treaty, the foundational agreement for international governance of outer space activities, is the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, a binding agreement that has been adopted by all of the spacefaring countries. Article 4 states that states parties to the treaty undertake not to place in orbit around the Earth any objects carrying nuclear weapons or any other kinds of weapons of mass destruction, install such weapons on celestial bodies, or station such weapons in outer space or in any other manner. The next paragraph states that the moon and other celestial bodies shall be used by all states parties to the treaty exclusively for peaceful purposes. The establishment of military bases, installations, and fortifications, the testing of any type of weapons, and the conduct of military maneuvers on celestial bodies shall be forbidden. I have highlighted the prohibited activity in dark blue and the locations where prohibited in light blue. Please note that nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction are prohibited everywhere in space, in orbit. Still there? Okay, prohibited everywhere, in orbit, on celestial bodies, or anywhere else in outer space. Someone's mic is on. However, conventional non-mass destruction weapons are not prohibited anywhere. That is a huge gap that is not currently addressed by any international agreement. Paragraph 2 does prohibit bases, weapons testing, and military maneuvers, but only on celestial bodies, not in open space. There is nothing in the OST that would prohibit the placement of conventional weapons in outer space or the use of force against outer space objects. Next slide, please. Down to PAROS, Prevention of Arms Race in Outer Space. To address that gap, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution in 1981 supporting PAROS, the Prevention of an Arms Race in Outer Space, stating that further effective measures to prevent an arms race in outer space should be adopted by the international community. It had already created the UN Office for Disarmament Affairs, which includes an ongoing Conference on Disarmament. After this resolution, the prevention of an arms race in outer space became a permanent agenda item of the Conference on Disarmament. Excuse me. The conference has since created an open-ended working group on PAROS, which meets twice yearly and is expected to conclude its work in 2028, although it may be extended. The working group allows participation by non-governmental organizations as observers, including submitting papers and making presentations. Please see the links in the chat that I posted for more information on all of this. Space Renaissance International is currently exploring the possibility of becoming an official observer at future sessions so that we can make presentations and submit papers. The UN General Assembly has also passed a resolution calling for no first placement of weapons in outer space. It is not binding, but it does demonstrate an intent to support such a policy. Please go to the next slide. And our next slide talks about a treaty that has gotten mixed reviews earlier in our sessions. The most important effort to implement PAROS has been the proposed treaty on the prevention of the placement of weapons in outer space and the threat of use of force against outer space objects, often called the PPWT. Article 2 states that the states parties to this treaty shall not place any weapons in outer space and not resort to the threat or use of force against outer space objects. As noted earlier, it is supported by Russia and China, but opposed by the United States, which has expressed concerns that it does not include ground-based weapons and has no mechanism for verification. However, the prohibition against use of force applies to all locations. So you can't use the Earth to apply force against objects in outer space, just as you can't use outer space to do that. As for verification, the PPWT acknowledges that compliance may be subject to an additional protocol, agreed transparency, and confidence-building measures. It's still a work in progress, but it is acknowledged. The open-ended working group that I mentioned before will most likely be addressing these issues. That is the current state of international efforts to prevent an arms race in outer space. And I will just end by making one observation on what's been said before. I fully understand the skepticism that people have about agreements and their ability to influence action. Some say that this nation or that nation has never honored any written agreement, et cetera, et cetera. However, there are many, many agreements that have stood in force throughout history and still are in force today. The Outer Space Treaty does not have an enforcement clause. It does not have a verification clause. And yet for the last 60 years, it has successfully regulated activity in outer space, maintained the peace in outer space, kept nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction from outer space, has kept the great powers of the world from colonializing the moon and other celestial bodies, from laying claim and keeping others from having open access. 60 years is a pretty good record for an international treaty. So I encourage people to take a very close look at the PPWT, and I encourage SRI to get involved in this process so that we can add our perspective to try to come up with an ongoing dialogue. As has been noted in the past, Copois itself restrains itself to the peaceful uses of outer space. And if you try to bring up the topic, well, how about de-weaponization or whatever, they'll say, no, go to the Conference on Disarmament. And so that's why I'm encouraging SRI to take that next step so that we can engage at that level and express both our concerns and our optimism and our suggestions for trying to help humanity find a way to prevent an arms race in outer space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your points, Dennis. We have been investigating this for a while by now, and on this occasion, I'm very happy to also announce to our broader community that we have the intentions to partake in PAROS. We have reviewed their papers so far and the country's statements there, and I believe also with our leadership, we believe that our community can benefit a lot from this forum, because then we have the real ground to discuss and bring forward our ideas, particularly our humanistic perspective and civilizational development of space. It is important that we are there and we are doing our part as an NGO. So we appreciate that.
Thank you.
One little comment. Actually, we had been invited in other forum of UNIDIR, which is the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, and that is organizing often events in Geneva. So we had a chance also to talk to some of the UNIDIR stakeholders, which have clearly a clear role, and we could also expand, our sphere of action, yes, to PAROS and also UNIDIR.
I wanted to say something to the group. Nobody's talked about space debris mitigation. That was something in the outline. Is there anything to add about mitigating space debris?
Yes, thank you very much for your point, Walter. Actually, we have this amazing lineup of speakers. Now I was just going to turn to Joe. He will inform us on also about satellite infrastructures and debris and space situational awareness, also space traffic management and the long-term operability of the space environment. So he is going to be speaking about these points. Meanwhile, I can just call him to take floor. Joe, are you with us?
Bernard, you mentioned it only did. Do you know what the date is of the program, when that might be?
The status of what?
UNIDIR.
Yeah.
Bernard. UNIDIR. Bernard mentioned. Oh, boy.
Yeah, we have been there in the previous years, so we could see how to join in the future. Yeah.
Okay. Right. There's not some.
Yes,
So-
Joe, you are mute, please. Okay.
No, I'm not. Thank you. Let me just start by, I was inspired by our keynote address and the thought that about the overview effect. And I'm wondering, in addition to pieces of paper, as it was put earlier, there might be some sort of initiative that I might call a top-down and a bottom-up approach to getting support for disarmament in space. And at the top-down approach, if we could get Donald Trump and Chairman Xi and leader of Russia and many other heads of state to go up into space and to actually see how fragile our planet is. That I give a talk sometimes about the Earth and its atmosphere. And note that if we imagine an apple, the peel of that apple is our atmosphere that protects us. And that if we didn't have the Van Allen belts to protect us, we would be subject to massive solar storms that would create huge dangers for us. But from the bottom up, in my talk, I ask how many people here have traveled into deep space? And oddly enough, no one raises their hand. But actually,
we are all on spaceship Earth, traveling through deep space.
But the idea of awareness to create a website and maybe to try to get the Office of Outer Space Affairs to adopt this for everybody on their birthday to go and see how many billions of miles they have traveled through deep space. And it turns out that it's about 1 billion kilometers a year, or about 600 million miles that each person here on Earth is traveling through deep space, and through dangerous deep space as well. And that also, just to, as a side note, to say that while nuclear disarmament and weapons in space is very important, we really do need to get the message out that we live in a fairly dangerous planet that's going around the sun, and there's some fairly dangerous things out there. That we need to also highlight the fact that there are bad things that can happen to planet Earth. And this can be from asteroids. This can be from city killers. There was actually an editorial in the Washington Post today about how we need to be getting better information on city killers. But also comets. And now we know that there are actually interplanetary bodies, actually intergalactic bodies that go through our solar system at very high speeds, and that these are very dangerous things as well. But in terms of likelihood, certainly we have the problem of these city killer asteroids and also coronal mass ejections. And in terms of likelihood, they are the most dangerous things that we need to be worrying on. So the point is, I encourage our organization to be aware and promote planetary action to defend Earth in all of these different things against coronal mass ejections, against asteroids and comets, and of course against nuclear and other weapon systems. So getting back to the point raised about orbital space debris, because this is a growing problem. We are now up to 45,000 objects that we are tracking the size of a tennis ball. And that is the dynamic kinetic power of a hand grenade. And that even a chip of paint in glass can crack a window of a space station and certainly penetrate an astronaut's suit. So we really do need to understand that, as was noted earlier, I guess it was in the last panel, that we need to really be aware of these dangers from space debris and do something about it, because as this continues to grow, we really have a threat to actually having access to space at all. So this has to be a part of the equation. So I have a few other points to make, but I do think that this initiative should include an initiative for active debris removal and for amending the liabilities convention, because currently it's an absolute liability when something comes down from outer space and does bad things. But we need to make it an absolute liability for space debris crashing in and creating between 2,000 to 3,000 new debris elements. So, and we of course had Chinese tests that did this and created about 2,200 new debris elements by shooting down an old weather satellite. So that should be a part of the prevention as well. Now, there are things that are happening around the world that are at least of some value to this discussion. At McGill University and with the Hague Project, and I think some Australian universities, they have put together what's called the Millimos document. And this is basically defined more clearly what are acts of war or other aggressive actions that could be taken in space, and tried to create a vocabulary that at least made things clearer as to dangerous actions and things that should not happen in space. So that's one thing that's happened. Another thing that we've mentioned a few times is jamming. And we've mentioned often the COPIUS and what's happening in Geneva. But we also need to understand the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, is a part of this discussion. And they are actually responsible for bringing complaints about jamming that occur. But unfortunately, the process is that they just bring to the attention of the country that's a member of the ITU where they think the jamming is coming from, and saying, could your government take care of it? Well, if the government involved is doing the jamming, that kind of a process doesn't do very much good. So we do need to understand that the ITU and their actions need to be a part of this discussion. But I really do think that we need to take all of these problems seriously, the space debris issue, the whole idea of what we can do from a governmental and a legislative and governmental process is one thing that we can do. But if we can also start the ball rolling with, say, the Office of Outer Space Affairs to do something about how we can get heads of state to get kind of a exposure to this overview effect and really realize that we are on a 6 sextillion ton planet, and that really this whole idea of our fighting against fellow human beings is a really stupid idea when you realize that we're just a very small planet, the third rock from the sun, and a really tiny, tiny part of a great universe. So I do think this idea of trying to get all the people in the world to understand, hey, I actually live on a planet that goes around the sun, and that this is where I live. I live in a solar system, and that we have a precious planet that is very unique, at least in our solar system. We often refer to our planet as a Goldilocks planet, and most people think, well, that's because it's not too hot or too cold. But the truth of the matter is, it is because we have a magnetic field that protects us from the sun. That magnetic field also keeps us from losing our atmosphere so we can breathe. And that there are dozens of things that are unique to our planet that protects us from bad things happening. And that I really do think that there are things that SRI can do to move things forward, and initiatives on active debris removal. One final point that I would make is that directed energy systems, that we talked so much about things that we might put up in space in terms of weapons. But the truth of the matter is there are directed energy systems that could be created here on Earth that on the good news part, they might be used to divert a incoming asteroid, but they also could be used as a very important weapons to wipe out everything from a space station to a satellite just here on Earth. There is a project currently underway that is trying to do an amazing thing to create a very small spacecraft that will be directed by energy to go to another star system, our closest star system. But the interesting thing is that if we could actually create the capability to do that and massive amounts of power that would be collected, we're talking about many, many gigawatts of power to power the laser to send this starcraft to our nearest star. That type of energy system could also be used to divert an asteroid, but it also could be used as a weapon system to take out a satellite. We really do need much better systems on a whole host of things, particularly with regard to rendezvous and proximity operations that would be a part of the agreements on active debris removal and who could actually do it. There would need to be some sort of a licensing system for maybe for private enterprise to be able to go up and take debris down as a part of the system. But again, this could be a weapon system. So many of these aspects have a positive and a negative connotation, particularly with directed energy systems and active debris removal and rendezvous and proximity operations. So I'll stop there. I hope I've given some new ideas and thoughts to the discussion.
Definitely. Thank you very much, Joe. So as the point came up by Walter, you responded on that one, and that was really very important for us to hear from you. We cannot underline the importance of thinking those space objects like the ones creating the Kessler syndrome now I'm talking about as a dynamic kinetic power of a hand grenade. So that is very important. If we try to visualize these things, also a lot of things are just written, and I'm not sure not so many people, also the delegates, now those are key people to negotiate and discuss on these things. They don't have the technical background. These kind of showcases or like as it would basically go like show and tell. That is the thing, and this is how it would work. So we really need to convey the message with these kind of examples. Greatly appreciated that. And also drawing it to planetary action. Yes, if there is a group of people, let's say NATO, they have a space department, and what are they going to do? There is an organizational structure. And they have a mandate. Of course, they are going to start thinking about putting the kind of engineering we would rather divert towards other research areas into maybe weaponization, but at least planetary action can give them a different dimension where to implement that. So I see this as an exhaust valve.
One final thing, I forgot to mention that one of the key organizations that I think we could work with is what's called the Secure World Foundation. The current head of that was actually head of the initiative to address space debris and so on. And this is the working group on the long-term sustainability of space, Peter Martinez. But their organization has put together an assessment of what are the capabilities of Russia, China, and the US, and 6 other nations in terms of their ability to deploy various types of weapons or jamming systems in the world. And of course, the US, Russia, and China are by far the leaders in this, but it is interesting that the 5 other countries they address are also feeling they have to do something like this, that when President Trump insisted on creating the Space Force, this, I think, and also the paper on superiority, I think this did create impetus for other nations to think, hey, we have to do something in this area too. So it's always a tit for tat type of thing in international relations. And unfortunately, I think some of the US initiatives have created a worsening of the situation.
So very well noted, Joe. Thank you. Also, one point, I agree on your space passengers list, given the fact that they take Frank with them. So having really coined one of the most prominent, I'd say, space culture topics of our time, he should take a chance at it and see it for himself. So thank you very much. And with these insights, I would like to turn to Alberto. I understood Wes is not online. So if Wes, you are online, please let us know. Otherwise, I would like to invite Alberto to wrap it up for us and also to bring his perspectives from the SRI side of things, and why preventing weapons in space is essential for peaceful civilization, civil expansion, and also for humanity as a whole.
Yes. So about this, I have also prepared a short presentation that I prepared today, and I'll try to show it.
Thank you very much, Alberto, for having the time for this.
I did it very quickly today, so
I'm always amazed at how you just pull the rabbit out of the hat.
yes. Okay. I hope you can see it.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, I'll put it in the presentation mode. I think it's okay. Yes, this is just the title. It's just 3 slides, but I wanted to point out what is being done now from this point of what is the current militarization of space, because things have changed a lot recently, because now, unfortunately, we have some wars, especially one, but that is the Russian aggression to Ukraine, but also other situations where space assets have become decisive because they are used for all these purposes. I want to highlight this because they are used for, of course, for reconnaissance, for seeing what is on the enemy territory, targeting, selecting targets, identifying them, and deciding which targets are worth to be destroyed, and damage assessment after the attacks, because of course an armed force needs to see what have been the results of their attacks, and and these are essential points that have been used in all recent or ongoing conflicts. Then there are the navigation systems. One thing that we never, I think, not often think about is that the GPS systems that we all use on our cars, on our smartphones, and so on, is a military system that was deployed by the US for military purposes and then was opened to the general public, and now it can be used. But it was devised for military use. It's used for navigation, not only for vehicles, but also for missiles. Because and even I not written it, but even for artillery shells, there are some cannons that can fire shells that have a GPS guidance systems inside. Another very important point is remote control of drones and weapons guidance, because currently we have a lot of these fantastic weapons that can hit targets very far and with a high precision. They are one thing is the remote control of drones. Drones can be, if you use Starlink, for instance, you can have a drone through Starlink. You can guide your drone and see, the so-called first-person view drones. You can guide the drones like a video game and hit a target. And or you have automatic weapons guidance based on satellites. And we have battlefield communications. It's largely space communication is used on battlefield. In all times, they had to use radios or even telephone lines, and then now they are all using satellite communication on battlefield. This means that space assets are essential to warfare on Earth. This is very, very dangerous for one thing, because you may be tempted to destroy them. And all spacefaring nations essentially have anti-satellite weapons. Most have tested also them. And by the way, the test of an anti-satellite weapon creates a lot of space debris. As Joe pointed out, this is an essential danger. I also wanted to point out the problem of the project of Golden Dome by the US, because I suppose that is not yet decided, but it might include, it's very likely that it will include, if it is deployed, interceptors in orbit. That means having in orbit interceptors that are designed to take down enemy missiles just after launch, because missile defense is very hard, becomes harder as the missile is going nearer to its target. So taking out the missile when it's just been launched makes it easier, but it requires the interceptor where in orbit. But the problem of placing them in orbit is that you need thousands of satellites, armed satellites with interceptors in orbit. A constellation like Starlink, that instead of managing telecommunication, manages interceptor missiles. And this means having thousands of them. And since they have to be very quick in reaction, because they must immediately respond to the launch of a missile from Earth, they shall be automatic, driven by artificial intelligence. So we risk having thousands of weapons in orbit with artificial intelligence behind them. And they also can be used as offensive weapons, because instead of intercepting a missile, why can't they hit the target on the ground or just take down an airplane or something like that? And of course, if the United States starts deploying this, all the other nations will follow. This is a danger we have now. That is why a general ban on space weapons is to be implemented now. We have no time, because there are these projects that are ongoing. And besides all the things about fighting in space, there is this present danger. And the idea of defensive weapons, by the way, is nonsense, because in the end, defensive weapons in recent wars has been demonstrated that defensive weapons are not enough, because many missiles pass anyway, and the only military response to attacks is attacking again, like Iran did on military bases of the US and on the Gulf countries, for instance. And so the Golden Dome will not be so effective as a defense weapon, but it will weaponize space. So that's why I want to highlight this point. Ground-based weapons already exist with the capability to hit targets in space. But space-based weapons have not been deployed yet, as far as we know. Since space launches cannot be hidden, at least we cannot maybe enforce properly this ban. But as Dennis put in evidence, if we can reach a general ban that is at least issued, maybe even in not binding form by the UN, this is something very strong, because if someone launches a weapon towards space, it cannot be hidden. This is at least is an advantage about space weapons. If a weapon is placed in orbit, you cannot hide it. If this weapon is on the ground, it can be launched at notice, then it can be hidden. But you can't hide things in space. So the ban is something that we need now to prevent all this possible militarization of space, and to counter this near danger that we have now. So, and it's not useless. I agree with Dennis. It's not useless. Even if, of course, any country can violate a treaty, but it's not useless. After all, the Outer Space Treaty has worked for 60 years, and then we have to do what is possible to have a ban on space weapons now. That is all.
So thank you very much, Alberto, and to all of our speakers. We are already out of time, and through the course of the day, of course, by chance, my panels are always the last ones of the day. So thank you for staying this long. And we, of course, accumulated some delay through the course of the day. And it's still very much interesting to open the floor for questions, if there are any burning questions or points to raise, because we still have a very engaged audience being online watching us as we discuss this important topic. I would like to give the floor to any questions or comments.
I'd just like to note something that people may not know is that the GPS system also has a capability to detect nuclear weapon explosions, that's a part of its function that's not well known.
Okay, so I would like to add something too, that yeah, we have maybe we have a bigger problem than the militarization of space, and it is the militarization of Earth, the growing militarization of Earth. We are spending 3 trillions per year in weapon systems on Earth, and we don't know how to, I don't know, to dismantle this craziness, to find, we should try to find the key to enter this evil construct that is the military confrontation that is rising in a crazy way in our worlds. And the only thing that we, the space community, can try to do so far is to try to bring the peace culture of space on Earth, the tradition of collaboration in space. We can, but believe me, this is like a sermon, no? It's like a religion, like a religious talk, a moral talk. But I believe the idea to offer a travel in orbit to all the politicians, the leaders of this world. Let's call them leaders. If in some cases I would call them criminals. But we hope that we can change the mind of big criminals, because the small criminals, we can maybe put them in jail. The big criminals, we cannot, because they have the power.
Adriano, there is a saying in Aesop fables, he says that the small thieves we put in prison, the big thieves we promote them to a high office.
Exactly.
Okay, so I see Mike and Aziz raising their hands.
Yes, but just to conclude a little bit, because this was just yeah, an explanation, let me say, but I would like to try to call for some concrete action to try to bring what we can do is to bring good arguments to the people, no, to in our outreach action, good reasons to the people, because if we can use rational reasons, that would be easy, because it is clear that nothing costs 3 trillions per year. What with 3 trillions per year, we could have already on a big cities in the Lagrange points. We can have everything. We can save the environment on Earth. We can make everything. But we are always electing these crazy people that spend our money to kill other people instead of helping the life.
Adriano, it doesn't go only to the top leader. 3 trillion, that's 30 million people, jobs. That's a huge lobby. No, these are people that working for the defense industry. Okay, so as long as they don't use the weapon to kill others, okay. But still, there is a huge lobby, huge industry, huge development. So we cannot be like pure idealist.
But I found very interesting the things that Eligar said, because his voice is from, let me say, somehow from the inside of the military community. So I think that the military culture is not to be traced, because in many cases it is useful when the emergencies, and in many cases it is useful. But we have somehow to work more with these people to make them more humanist, and to understand that their mission should be only to defend the weak people, not to attack other nations or other people and so on. So it's a cultural fight.
Also. And to defend the Earth, we could use some of this budget for planetary defense. We could use some of the decisions for emergency rescue operation. So it's true that there are a lot of skills in the military, and so let's make good use of them.
I like people like Eligar that comes to talk with us, and Eligar is one of us, is a member of SRI, so we can use it as a bridge to this to his community.
Could I ask that we discuss this at a board meeting of the SRI about the top-down and the bottom-up approach? To try to convince everybody that they all live on a spaceship or planet Earth, and get all of our top leaders to somehow go to space and see what the overview effect really is.
Okay, and even before that, I can lock them with some of you in our moon base. It's a much lower cost, and it costs you some €1,000 per week to be in a moon base simulation. So we could invite also some politicians.
That will not be enough. It's not enough.
No, but it's a start. It's something that, of course, that we can afford. But I've done that with some key leaders.
Look, they will just play. They will play golf over there.
No. In the moon base, I give them a lot of work.
Gentlemen, there's various folks that have been trying to indicated that they wanted to say something. Please, Aziz, I think you've been up longest.
First Mike, and then Aziz, and then to you, Gary. Mike, we are listening to you, please.
Thank you. Considering all that has been said today, with the philosophers who talked on the very first session today, I believe that we are ready as a civilization to advance into space the way we are doing, or should we do something as are suggested in this latest session, to find solutions and to wait for the civilization to mature to a point where we will not become a hazard in space to ourselves. And so the question is, are we ready to go or not?
That is very much SRI. So we should discuss this further in one of our committee sessions. So I would be very happy to invite you to one of our committee sessions where we could really take this and see what the community thinks about, and with a common with our common wisdom, what this would lead us to. Aziz, next I'd like to turn to you.
Yes. First, this is a great conference. Okay, yesterday and today, and I think we need it. But I'm hearing one thing and missing one thing. Okay, although it was, we have humans, we do action. Okay, and these actions come from our ethical system. These ethical systems comes from our value system. So the question is how to shift that paradigm, change it. Okay, we take the notion of killing, violence, all of that into perspective of cooperation. Okay, once we do that, then we can go to space or any other place. Else we are going just to take our luggage with us and use it again, unfortunately. Thank you.
Aziz, thank you very much for your intervention. Again, I would like to really see you participating in one of our committee sessions where we can discuss this into more detail. Next was Gary. Gary, if you would like to bring your point forward, we're all ears for you.
Yeah, I would argue that what we see in terms of the tremendous investment in military, exercises and figuring out how to kill one another is more a symptom than the root cause. The root cause is I would argue, is the perception that we live in a zero-sum game where anyone else's gain is someone else's loss. And we have to fight over a scarcity of resources. The introduction of space as a variable that could fundamentally alter the notion of economics from a scarcity, the distribution of a scarcity of goods and services to an abundance of goods and services, I believe is part of the transformative element that's associated with achieving a different perspective. I've often used the analogy, if you've got your nose up against a very, very large concrete wall, it's difficult to get a perspective on anything. If you step back from it a bit, you can conceive that, well, maybe you could go over it or around it, but what in the hell is that wall from 100 kilometers, or higher in orbit? It is almost irrelevant. Being able to manifest that evolution in thought processes and in worldview, if you will, I believe is something that can be of tremendous benefit with respect to providing for our future. And space represents that. It's the embodiment of that, and something that we can do something about in terms of making it personal. Do we do it now, or do we wait until we've got everything all figured out? I would argue that if the way we figure out something is by trying to do it, trying to understand it. So in that sense, if we're waiting for everything to be perfect about ourselves, we'll likely fail or die for any number of reasons.
I agree with you. I also think that space is the solution. So even if it will be troubled, even if you will go begin expanding in a very critical situation, if we don't go, we are condemned. If we go, there is a chance. That is the point.
Space is not a panacea. We don't get a buy on the necessary growth and societal maturity that has to occur, but it buys us options and it buys us time.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Very well said, Gary. Also, what I take, suspicion, now on top of it, the scarcity mentality. So together, they will be our keys towards opening the conversation to where we can really expand our thinking. And I see next Bernard, and then Frank, and afterwards Alberto. Bernard, over to you.
I would like to expand on what Gary said. I fully agree, but it's not only for the future. Space is also a domain where we can advance knowledge, and already now, using space data, we can do that. We can develop technologies, and these technologies are going to benefit the Earth. We can also build peace. We have built the International Space Station, so we can also develop a peaceful collaboration that will also propagate towards the Earth. So it's not only the dream of infinite territories and resources, because you have to make it happen. Already now we can exploit space exploration to advance. Also, a very important resource, I say, biggest resource we can find on the moon is not the ice. It's the human creativity. How we inspire young people, the public, in discovering, and also the moon is for everybody on Earth. So also that's something that unifies. So I think that these are also the areas where we have to show that space in our everyday life today, and this component of expanding into space, this is for everybody. And
I
one last
absolutely
point.
agree, Bernard.
One last point.
My apologies if I did not make that clear.
No, that's all fine. And my last point, time for action. And the action start today. To all our chairs, as we mentioned, I think we had a very interesting debate argument. So I would like to ask each of the chair of the session to pick up some of the important point of the contribution, maybe write a little paragraph, and we should try to post that on the Space Renaissance website tomorrow to show that really things have come now, they are very hot of the press, and let's share that with the world. Thank you.
Bernard, thank you very much. So Frank, over to you.
Yes, hi. I would just like to highlight that best time to make a moon base is probably now, because we have better robotics, and development of the moon infrastructure would be like tremendously taxing if we were to do it by hand. Also, since it's been like a generation since we went there, we kind of have the permanent urge to like one up the previous generation, so to speak. So like I really enjoy the fact that like we're looking at this with the veil of history, so to speak, where we are called to do something a step further than our predecessors. And as much as like I enjoy the idea of like failing faster and like getting there, making mistakes, it is still hard to fully appreciate the fact that we haven't lost any astronauts to the moon or like around the moon. And I think we would look at this whole project with a very different perspective if that were the case. I mean, personally, I think the moon is a very attractive place to end your days, because the gravity is like less strong and you can, smack golf balls a lot further.
We plan to retire on the moon.
That's a great plan. I mean, that's definitely something that's achievable, like whichever way that you look at it. And there's plenty of things that are to be accomplished on the moon beyond the material resources, like has been mentioned. I think the most interesting thing the moon has to offer is new perspectives and chances to forge new culture, new holidays, and new reasons to visit the neighbors.
Okay, thank you very much, Frank. Alberto, while turning to you, I think I will ask you also to kindly wrap up and bring your SRI perspective to it, which you almost always do. So there is a discussion going on, and Alberto says something, and we don't need to argue on it any longer because you really raised it up. So
before that, may I just interrupt you 3 seconds just to say that everybody who will register as a member of SRI in these days will receive a membership card, special edition, mentioning the Congress. Okay, it's a special edition membership card. So the ones that are not our members yet, please do it. I put the link in the chat here. Sorry, Alberto, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, when I want to start from what Bernard said about the jobs of the military people and the military industry, because this is something I thought about long ago. And first of all, we are not aware of how much of what is spent on the military is just the salaries of the military people and the salaries of all the people who work in the military industry. It's not just money that goes into weapons, it's money that goes into salaries. And this is why it's so difficult to reduce that. Because this is a point, the very strong point. Of course, from that point of view, it's not necessary to use the weapons, luckily. But sometimes some people want to use them, and okay, this is the bad part. But space, I always thought about this. From the beginning, space vehicles have always been very much related to weapons, unfortunately, because we all know that the first space launchers were basically military missiles that were modified. If you have a space launcher, you also have an ICBM or an IRBM. It's essentially the same thing. If you look at most of the launchers, they are military missiles. But this also means that through space, through peaceful use of space, we can pay the salaries of the same people. Because people that make missiles as weapons can also work to make missiles to go to space. It is my old idea. Many people told me, no, it's a naive idea, it's not enough. But anyway, this is the point. If we, at least some of that part can be salvaged. Because if we convert all these factories that make missiles as weapons into missiles to go to space. This is my...
You're talking about converting military to civilian.
Yes.
Industry. Yes.
That's
fine.
Sorry, it's just the idea.
And yeah, very good. A good example, Star Wars technology was first tested on a mission to the moon, Clementine. So there is a way to convert military technologies into peaceful application.
So thank you very much, everyone, for this amazing conversation. As you might see from my background, the night has settled in. It's really very interesting that all of these days the conversations go up to these late hours, but it's not to say it's late hours, it's to say that this is intense and we still have a lot to talk about, and that is good because it's hard to find experts to discuss these kind of important topics, where with SRI we are lucky to have very senior experts with us, as well as young people bringing their new perspectives. So we greatly appreciate that. This panel enriched me, as well as enriched, I believe, the audience that it reached today, and it will reach as the time follows, because we are going to have this also on YouTube for being available to watch later on. So I thank each and every one of you sincerely and hope to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you. Ad astra.
Ad astra.
Ad astra.